let's. Amoke raga. Asante. Hey, peleka mikono, let's go. I know we have people from the Kambaland. Do you have people from the Kambaland? Now, I need you to put your hands like this. Asante, thank you. And then you just want to peleka chini one more time, let's go. Let's go. Asante. Asante. We are jirani. Now talk to your neighbor one more time. Let's go. Let's go. Hey. Asante. Asante. Hey. I need you to sing it one more time. Hey. Selector to cry. Let's go. Hey. Hey. Kanyanga kama watu wa nyumbani. 1, 2, 2. People from Netherlands, are you ready? Now this is simple. I want to take you back to primary school. Are you ready? 1, 2. Now put your hands like this, ladies and gentlemen. 1. One more time. 1, 2, 3. Let's go. Let's go. Nobody can say no when Jesus says yes. Let's go. One more time. When Jesus says yes, nobody can say no. One more time, let's go. I'm not worried about a thing. Cause I know let's go. You are guiding me. Asante. Where you lead, Lord, I will go. I have no fear cause I know. One more time. Control is no limit to what you can do. Cause it all belongs to you. Yes, it all belongs to you. Thank you. Ipe makofi juu tukimalizia 1, 2, 3. Where's Jesus? Nobody. Selector EDM. Now, tuangalie huko tafadhali. Make sure you tap your neighbor. When Jesus say yes. 1, 2, 3. Twende mbele hivi. 1, 2, 3. Rudi nyuma. I want to teach you something. Shikilia DJ. Each and every session, ladies and gentlemen. Tuendelee ama tusiendelee? That was a free gym session. Clap your hands, ladies and gentlemen. I want to teach you something before I go. Now, do you have a neighbor? Shika jirani mwambie amazing. Yes, nipatie nafasi. Give me some space. Amazing, amazing, amazing. Tunaangalia huko. Tunaangalia uko na jirani. Make sure uko na jirani. No man is alone. Yeah. Thank you. Uko na jirani? Umeweka mikono mbili? I want to teach you something. I don't know. I hope the space and you now let's try. Now you jump 3 times mbele and then mara 3 nyuma. Let's give it a try. 1, 2, 3. Let's go. 1, 2, 3. Rudi nyuma. Very simple. 1, 2. Nyuma kidogo. Mbele tena. Ya mwisho mbele. 1, 2, 3. Alafu when I say tap your neighbor, you don't slap your neighbor. You 1, 2, 3. Geuka. Samido ni tap kidogo. Usiweke sana. Kidogo. 1, 1, 1, 2, 3. Geuka. 1, 2. You tap your neighbor. You don't slap your neighbor. If your neighbor is from Western, please. Now let's do it. Then we call Mark here back. Ladies and select atukai sana. You just follow what the MC is doing, okay? Now give me some energy, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. This is a free gym session class. Are you ready? I can't hear you. Are you ready? 1, 2, 3. Twende mbele. 1, 2, 3. Rudi nyuma. Mbele tena. 1, 2, 3. Rudi nyuma. Mbele. 1, 2. Nyuma. Mbele. 1, 2, 3. Rudi nyuma. Tap your neighbor. 1, 2, 3. Geuka. Turn. Everybody turn. 1, 2, 3. Hey. Turn to your neighbor. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Select the yes. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall continue the next session. Thank you so much. Thank you.
It should come with a disclaimer. If you have any instruments that measure your heart rate, you need to wear it now. Because thanks to Kipla and team, our brother from Legacy Sound, they've started us off with our workout. If you missed it because you had to rush for day 2, you've got your workout, and as you can tell, I'm still catching my breath. So as I do that, let me call on a gentleman who has or is leading a team that is capturing. If Job, this is you can come up front, come closer. Let's give him a hand. He has a team of 6 and he'll tell us a bit more about their activities. Tumpige makofi akija. Now Tim is part of the lead team here that is dealing with capturing every, Job, beg your pardon. Job is part of the team that is leading capturing every session from plenary to breakout sessions. And he's a lead rapporteur. So if you didn't know that we had that, please rest assured that everything is being captured for them to be shared to them after we're all done. However, part of it also comes live from the people on the in the audience. And if you're willing to give some feedback, you just raise your hand in terms of your highlight for day 1, recommendation for day 2, or overall recommendation for the 4th edition. We're not getting ahead of ourselves. We will be concluding with declarations at the end of the day today. However, you could start us off with that because it comes from you. It's not just a small room of 1 or 2 people who think through what should be priority for us, but it comes from you. So you could raise your hand. I'll come to you after Job introduces himself and tells us a bit more about what is being captured in the session and the highlighted themes from day 1. So you can raise your hand, I'll identify you. The reason I'm doing this is just to save time and be on standby. But I do know 1 or 2 people that I primed yesterday, and I'll be talking to them. Dadangu kutoka Taita Taveta, sijui kama unajificha ama uko upande gani? Inua tu mkono nitakuja kwako. Nimekuona. Taanza na wewe. Alafu kuna wengine, mtu yote mwingine, maoni yako, just your feedback. Highlight a take home, something new. I learned today, thank you, I'll be with you. I learned today, Job, that we have rabbit sausages and fish sausages, thanks to James from Nakuru Living Labs. Uko wapi, James? Asante sana. Did you know that you have rabbit sausages? You did? Okay, I was 40 years old when I learned that. Rabbit sausages and also fish sausages and burgers that they work with farmers there, the team that is there from Nakuru County and other parts of the country, and even in Ethiopia and Uganda. I've learned that through interaction. So make sure you interact throughout the next sessions that we have. But for now, let's put our hands together for Job, our lead rapporteur, as he starts the day off with the highlighted themes of this symposium.
Thank you so much, Mark. Mark has a gift of making you look great. Shall we give
you are great.
Thank you very much.
Asante.
Now, my name is Job Mainye, and I work with an organization called Thincom Communications. And one of our greatest value is to help organizations tell their stories. And I work with a team. Today we are 5 others. There's Linda and Cecilia and Enoch. Please just raise your hand. Thank you very much.
At the back there.
Thank you very much. So, just as Mark has guided us, I'm not going to take a lot of time. We want to listen to what we learned or what our takeaway from the sessions that we had yesterday. And so I've really been struggling the best way to do this, but I would like to start by just highlighting some key areas that we captured that were really recurring. There was the aspect of increasing investments in bioinputs as an action. We also have policy, practice, and people must move together. That one was very critical even during the breakaway sessions. The other aspect that came out clearly is that there is need to understand the interconnectedness of agroecology and agri-food systems. Basically, agroecology provides the principles and One Health provides the framework. I think that was very interesting. The other bit is the importance as one of the very quick action is the importance of integration of this work. We have the strategies that we talked about, integrating them into the medium plans, county plans and involving development partners for longevity of the implementation. There's also need for funding mechanisms, skills and capacity for implementing policies, these policies that we're talking about. The other aspect that came out as an example is what the Ministry of Agriculture and also together with the Ministry of Health, working with the plan of working with smallholder farmers to provide nutritious meals through aggregating models and working with farmer cooperatives. So that was a takeaway. The other bit was science should work with community wisdom. I think that was very key, especially looking at aspects like community seed banks, farmer field schools, and the rest. The other bit that was also very interesting is that I think some of the quotes that came out, let's not be impressed by challenges, but move to solutions. That was very interesting. And then lastly, there's need to link school feeding and regenerative agriculture. So that I think we've already talked about that. So the other bit was like a question, how shall we institutionalize agroecology, you know, from that perception of it being a primitive aspect. So how can we change minds about that? Then of course, lastly, nutrition security should be in the vision of, nutrition security should be in the vision of most of the documents that are carrying the journey of agri-food systems. So I would like to give this back to Mark.
Yes, I'm right
Thank
here.
Thank you very much. Yes, so you can pick it from there.
Tumpe makofi tafadhali
Right.
to Job Mainye and the team that he's leading of the rapporteurs that are following you even within your breakout sessions, the side events that we've been having in the afternoon session. And you can reach out to him in terms of how you will get what it is that they will come down with in terms of insights for the whole symposium and how you can receive it. But as well, the registration team will be helpful with that. I'm here with my sister from Taita Taveta, Tajieleza Zaidi. But there was something interesting in terms of beyond just the showcase of, let me not preempt it, let her just speak it for herself. Karibu, tumpige makofi, kutoka Taita Taveta, all the way from Taita Taveta.
Asanteni sana. My name is Caroline Talu, natoka Taita Taveta Wildlife Forum. So mine was more of a recommendation. Yesterday, kuna one of the speakers, okay, sisi ni wa Swahili. So one of the speakers said that farmers are kings and queens. So I was recommending ya kwamba we be fed with what our farmers are producing. Haitatia moyo sana kama farmers wetu watakuwa wamekuja na what they produced organically na warudi nyumbani either watatupa because some of the produce hatujanunua. And the other thing pia I think niyo tu nilikuwa naomba tu if possible we support our farmers tununue zile vitu wametuletea hapa tafadhalini. Asanteni.
Tumpige makofi tafadhali. And I echo her feedback in terms of what we can benefit more from. I believe there was a hand here. From the exhibitors, please go support them, go meet them. I met the team from Tenwick Hospital that I've been meaning to visit just because I'm told it is like a haven once you get there. I've interacted with some of the produce that they give from the ground that can be beneficial. So please, let's support them throughout the day as we continue with that. Go interact, go share, go find out. But it would be something to be able to actually sample what you have brought from the farm to the plate during the symposiums, wouldn't it be? Do you agree? All right. Introduce yourself and your feedback or your comment.
Thank you, Mark. Good morning. My name is Joseph Mongela Munyoki, the Managing Director in ADES Formation Kenya. Key things that I've taken forward, one is food is medicine. Chakula ni dawa. Therefore, whatever you eat contributes to your health, how constitutes your health. And that is why in some of our programs, what we are saying is food is a right and to eat is a vote. The other thing that I picked from Dr. Beche is what we need to focus in the coming symposium, hopefully the 4th symposium. The movement is on, but we need to take stock and talk about what are those milestones that we've been able to achieve. And the final one is, I'm very much impressed. The movement is on, the counties have picked up, and we are glad a number of them have already developed either strategies or policies. Thank you.
Makofi kwake tafadhali. Yes, and I'll give, wacha nianze na the lady here, and ujieleze how comfortable you are.
Oh, yes. My name is Margaret Okeyo. I'm pleased with what is spread outside there, exception. If you go there, you will see that God heals, doctors take the fee. If you go outside there, you will see that we are back to Eden. So when time comes for exception outside there, buy for your own, use them as medicine, use them as bodybuilding foods, and you will enjoy the Maasai heart items from all over the 47 counties. May God bless you.
Asante sana.
Thank you. My name is Titus Sagala, a country director, Ripple Effect Kenya. And my take from yesterday is that currently the initiatives in agroecology are funded, or are donor funded. But we will succeed when these initiatives are farmer-led, that are truly farmer-led, not driven by funding from outside.
Tumpige makofi. Mbona mmenyamaza na hiyo comment? Tumpige makofi. Kulikuwa na mkono hapa?
My name is Bebe. I'm from Nakuru Living Lab. I just want to add on what he's saying. This event is farmers, but the farmer voice is missing. We want to see farmers there telling their story. Then the others can respond. So next, subsequent ones, let's have farmers tell their story.
You may have missed out, however. There was a farmer, I believe, alikuwa ameketi pale. Alikuwa kutoka county gani? Unaweza inua mkono kama uko Murang'a. Alikuwa. So tuendelee. Na pia tusisahau wale pia ambao wako hapa wanaweza kuwa wanaitwa daktari ama wana PhD, but pia hao ni farmers. So it's not necessarily how someone looks or profiled. They are farmers as well, and they represent the same.
Hello, everyone. My name is Morema Esther. I come from 3E Africa. And yesterday's major highlight was how we can integrate, even in the wake of modernization, how can we integrate our indigenous knowledge to fit into agroecology? Because we are just talking about modern farming and everything, but are we actually, because in the local context, it's indigenous knowledge that is there. So I think that when we were talking about the session on rangelands, that really stood out for me. Secondly, I have not seen a lot of youth participating, but let me not preempt because I know we have a session on youth and agroecology. So yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you for that. Yes, you have just gone ahead kidogo kwa sababu ndo tunaingia. Eunice is leading that session. There's a hand. I'm trying to get to you because you are on the other end, and I believe this will be the last one just so we can get started. Karibu sana, daktari. And if you can, tafadhali nisaidie kumfikishia mic tafadhali ndugu wangu.
Thank you so much, Mark. I think next time I'll sit on that side. My name is Nancy Otieno from We Effect. Thank you so much for this wonderful session. I'm really inspired by what we get to see farmers doing out there and the different interventions, and thank you, Pella, for bringing us together to have these discussions. I think one takeaway I took is on the livestock space, a very interesting discussion. It's really the first time I'm hearing the livestock space in agroecology, and I liked what I heard, that we should include the grazing patterns and indigenous knowledge to be strengthened so that we are able to scale up agroecology in the pastoralist community. I think that's something that we should all take away, because most of our pastoralist community are really in semi-arid areas and arid areas where we have very low attention from the government and other players. So that's what I took. I also liked the discussion on the school meal programs, where we encouraged to diversify the meals that we have for our school children, including fruit trees and aggregating models like the cooperatives, and ensuring that we use these systems to promote the small-scale farmers. Thank you so much.
Asante sana, tumpige makofi. And the final one, because we really need to get into the discussion. Keep it brief.
Good morning. My name is Zololdos Billy from Samburu County, and I'm also a farmer. And the joy that I have today is on the pastoralists in this symposium today are somehow in the forefront. And these agroecology issues has been majorly to crops. And I'm seeing that we are being taken care of. The problem that we have is on documenting these issues, and I still insist on this, so that we will be having a lot of documentations on what pastoralists are doing, on what livestock farmers are doing, to inform such programs. And through that, there's, when you go to YouTube, there's something little that we have been doing as a community to restore these rangelands. When you watch a YouTube channel or program known as The Land Smiles Back, I wish tungeonyesha hapa, at least so that we will appreciate this thing. It's a 3-minute thing, but if time allows, it's important that we see and we hear the voices of the pastoral farmers, the pastoral communities doing things to ensure that these rangelands heal. Yeah, thank you.
Asante sana, thank you for that. And also, in the same voice and echoing that, another way of going about it as well is sharing the platforms, as you had the mic where people can visit it, because people have phones and I see them interacting with our Menti platform, which is anonymous. It gives you an opportunity to share your very candid feedback. What is one idea, innovation, or practice from yesterday that you are most likely to apply or champion in your work? Farmer voices should be very prominent. Thank you for that, and the many other comments. And this can continue as we get into the session now, which will leave you happy because the youth will be prominent in this particular, and we'll bring it to you as well. If you feel like you had a comment, we'll bring it to you during the Q&A, because the facilitator for this session has promised that she really wants to engage with you more, just past the context that will be set by her panel. So this next session, as I call them, I'll ask them to come up front, will be on women, youth, social inclusion, and equitable food systems transformation. And our moderator for this will be Miss Eunice Mwangi. Ajembele, tafadhali tumpige makofi, tukimo encourage. She is the executive director, grassroots organizations operating together in sisterhood, Groots Kenya. And you met them yesterday in the last session, that the side event that they had and hosted here. In fact, it was so engaging. I think you guys were done at 6. Yes, so tuwapige makofi tena tafadhali. Let's appreciate them, and the rest who led here with an anthem at the beginning and at the end of their session. And for this session, they will be looking at practical experiences in fostering agroecological transitions by centering women, youth, and marginalized groups in agri-food systems. The pastoralists that you were talking about, sir, this will be addressed here. So I'd like to call on stage Miss Elizabeth Yegon, Gender Representative, Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development. Ajembele tafadhali na tumpige makofi akija. Yeye atakuwa akizungumzia where are inclusive approaches working in practice and what can we scale quickly. Also joining us will be Miss Monica Nyaga, Gender Officer, Pelham Kenya, and speaking to what power shifts are needed to ensure marginalized groups influence decisions, not just participate in this. And also, part of this conversation will be Ms. Esther Bett, the Executive Director, Resource-Oriented Development Initiatives, Rodi, Kenya. Tafadhali tumpige makofi. She will be delving into how can agroecology create real economic opportunities for young people today, not in the future, today. And then joining us also is Joyce Adhiambo from People with Disability, a representative from there. She will be speaking to, yes, tumpige makofi akija, despite their central role in food production, women, youth, indigenous peoples, pastoralists, and persons with disabilities often remain underrepresented in decision making. What practical approaches have you found most effective in ensuring their meaningful participation and leadership? As well, we will be having Tim Mwangi, who is head of programs at the Practical Action, and Tim will be talking about how we turn inclusion into measurable outcomes across Kenya's food systems. Tumpigie Tim Mwangi makofi akija tafadhali. And as we have done, and as is a practice, we will have preceding this in a contextual manner, just a conversation as keynote that we will follow, and then Eunice will take over immediately, and the keynote that will be patched on the big screen and you'll be able to follow as well, and they will be sharing the insights there, will be shared with you, and it will be delivered by Miss Stella Maris Mulai, Act for Change Trust. Stella Maris, I hope I have not baptized you. Utansamee tafadhali. Tumpige makofi akija, and atakuwa akizungumzia framing inclusion within agroecology and One Health approach, pathways to equity and resilience. And her time starts now. She'll be guided by the same. And please keep your questions noted down. They'll be giving you an opportunity to respond to that. Over to you, Stella Maris.
Thank you very much, Mark. Good morning, colleagues, all protocol observed. I'm excited today to be here on the 3rd National Symposium and to speak about something that's so dear to me, inclusion. Yesterday, we had a great conversation. We've had the recap, and today I want us to move and ask ourselves, who will make this transformation possible? And why is scaling so slow? What is this that we need to do? So we want to look at the human dimension of implementing agroecology and One Health. I think I will not labor on what we saw agroecology and One Health contributing to the food systems. But what I want to say is, while agroecology contributes to climate resilience, nutritious food, biodiversity, healthy soils, the One Health gives us a system resilience. We have healthy people and animals. And both of these approaches give us a foundation of lasting transformation, but looking at the people at the center of it. The question, as we discuss in this panel, is what enables that transformation? How do we get to where we want to go? We all know, and many people shared yesterday in the side events, how we have so much knowledge and action on improving our soils, improving biodiversity, improving livestock systems, and indeed, we've had how we've moved from the national strategy to policies at the county level. However, why are we still not getting there? My position is that there is really a challenge, and the challenge is in inclusion. And I've heard people talking about, is inclusion being invited in the room? If we have farmers here seated, do they have a voice? If we are designing projects, are people able to design according to the needs of our people, whether they are fisher folks, whether they are smallholder farmers and pastoralists? And I sit at the intermediary of this. I sit on the side, I represent donors, But I also sit on the other side working with grassroots communities serving. The donors back home have a framework from their countries. The people have needs. Where do we find a middle point? When different governments giving us money, they have an agenda, don't they? Organizations have strategies already from where they're coming from. And now I sit with Ripple Effect, I sit with Anglican Development Service, and this is what we know. We have been working with communities. Are those communities included in participatory approaches? Are their knowledge appreciated? This is what we need to think about inclusion. For me, inclusion is anyone who is in the food system must find their place to contribute. Whether it's the scientist, whether it's the pastoralist, everyone, if we are going to do this differently, we must think what real inclusion means. And for me, the test of inclusion is to ask, who has the knowledge? And what knowledge is made visible? And what knowledge is appreciated? And what knowledge is funded? Who makes the decisions? Yeah? A few weeks ago, I went for capacity assessment. And as we worked with the donors, they were looking at which possible organization is going to be funded. And I asked myself at the end of it, what will influence their decision? Is it what they found in the communities? Is it the criteria they got from their organization? So the important thing is about inclusion. Are the women, are the youth, are the pastoralists, are the smallholder farmers making the decisions? When we talk about markets, private sector, who is making the decision of the price? Today I had a very interesting conversation with my daughter as we went to school. They have an hackathon, and she's doing an app to have schools linked to smallholder farmers to buy food. And then I asked, what are the comments you got from the competition? She told me, oh, they told us we should include middlemen. And we had such a big argument, why should they include middlemen? See, middlemen, they're brokers. Why should they include them? So the conversation never ended. We arrived in school, and we shall continue. The question is, if we are talking about aggregators in the markets, who decides the market? Because if we are doing an agroecology that has no money in the pocket for the farmer, I think let's forget it. And the question is, who has access to resources? Finances? I'm very excited that Awola has an incubation for young women, for youth, to be able to access finance, startups, scaling. But the question I asked Monica today is, are we putting requirements like those we get from formal banks? Do I need a certificate of business registration if I'm a smallholder farmer? So the question, who has the access? Who benefits from our transformation? This, for me, is the test of inclusion. Who is going to benefit? Will the farmer get the minimum? And I want to go back to the conversation Aliko Dagote talked about a few days ago, weeks ago, and he said, until Africa decides to invest on its own food system, there will be no transformation. We are waiting for our friends from other continents to come and invest on our food. That's a big question. I'm not a politician, but it's a big question mark that we should ask ourselves. So my proposition for this session is, I suggest 4 pathways to equity and resilience. And the first is my first pathway is recognize knowledge. And when we recognize knowledge, we are also about context-specific innovations. So if we go to the rangelands, there is context-specific innovation. If we go to the fisher folk, we must be able to look at what knowledge exists there. And I say it's not just recognizing knowledge. I dare you, we recognize it, we value it, we fund it. Whether it's through government, whether it's private sector, whether it's the development financing. And so the knowledge we are talking about is, the pastoralists talked about, they have been stewards of rangelands for generations. We talk about marine scientific knowledge to indigenous knowledge. So I invite us to think about recognizing knowledge, valuing it, making it visible, and also financing it. The second one, pathway, is expanding opportunity. 2 minutes. Lands and seed. Land. This is a subject that's painful for me. I've been working with communities on agroecology for the last 16 years. And what I find is our patriarchal system. How do I access land? For even pastoralists, they have community land. For women to grow the grass seeds for multiplication, it's a negotiation with the community land committee, the group ranch committee. And I always say, land, is it about titling? Really? Is it about access to land? So this is a question I pose. I have no answer. Is being given a title the answer that women can access or young people? It's about finance and markets. We must craft finance and markets that is aligned to those who are at the margins, the young people, the marginalized smallholder farmers, and technology and extension. I've had farmers charts, I have digital hubs, I have seen that. But go to a place called Pakase. There is no network. You have to climb the tree, or you have to go to a certain position. Go to some parts of Muchongoi. There is no network. So when we talk about technology, can we consider that everywhere we don't have these mobile networks? What technology would fit there? And then we talk about healthy foods. Now, the third pathway is inclusive in governance. Is participation Participation for me, being invited in the room, is just one step. Can we also consider co-designing, shared leadership, shared accountability? So if we have all those four, then we will be able to build a food system that ensures inclusion. And finally, invest in leadership. The women, the youth, the pastoralists are not beneficiaries. That we all agree. For system transformation to happen, we must invest in community leadership and community strengthening. We must acknowledge young people of leaders of now, not of tomorrow. We must acknowledge them as innovators. We must acknowledge people and pastoralists and everyone as stewards and decision maker. And finally, the future starts with the people. My key question is, what will you do differently when you talk about inclusion? The invitation is that inclusion creates conditions for equity and resilience, for agroecology and One Health to work. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Stella Maris. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. It's such a beautiful morning after such a very good energizers. We are happy and energized. So I like the questions that Stella Maris is asking, which are going to inform the discussion of today. Because she's asking, who is it that will make the transformation? Who is at the center of it? Who makes the decision? Unfortunately, sometimes we think representation is enough. If we invite the youth, if we invite the women, if we invite the people with disability, then that's fine. But why are we inviting them? What role are they playing? And that is what we are going to dive in today's discussion. My name is Eunice Mwangi. I'm the Executive Director of Roots Kenya, which is a national movement of grassroots women and girls. Before we begin, I would really like to pose a question. Rosina, did you eat today? I know everyone has eaten today, or rather they will eat at some point. But did you ask yourself who made that food? Rarely do we ask ourselves those questions. Who made that food? Who decided what is to be planted? Who owns the land that food grew? Who benefited from the proceeds? Or even who was left out of the decisions? These are decisions that we rarely ask ourselves, and that is why we need to really think, what exactly does it mean when we say inclusion? Women produce 60 to 80% of food in many developing countries, yet only a fraction of them own agricultural land. That is data. Africa has the youngest population in the world, yet agriculture continues to struggle to attract and retain young people. Persons with disability represent 16% of the global population, yet they remain among the least represented in agricultural planning, in financing, and innovation. So yes, we have the issues of climate change. Yes, climate change is a defining challenge of our time, but is it really the only challenge? We continue designing solutions without people who are already doing so much work. We develop policies for the women, for the youth, but not with them. We invite women, we invite young people, we invite indigenous people, pastoralists, persons with disability at the table. But do we really share power? Or do we simply share the microphone just to demonstrate that they were represented? I was sitting with my neighbor Mercy there when a gentleman talked about having the farmers, the youth in the discussion. And she whispered something and she said, we should have them in the main panel, not in the side events. Do we all agree? Because in the main panel, that's where the decisions are being made. So we should invite them. We need to have those lived realities where the people who are sitting in the room are people who can actually make the decisions. But most of the times, you'll find that the farmers, the youth, the persons with disabilities are going to be panelists in the side events where people are deciding which side event do I attend. But in the main hall like this one, they are missing. So that is something we need to really think about. So as we go into the conversation, our today's conversation is about power. So who shapes our food system? Who benefits from them? Who is still left out? And together we are going to explore what it takes to shift power through inclusive policies, community leadership, economic opportunities, genuine inclusion, not just saying inclusion. What is genuine inclusion? And accountability. And I'm going to go to my panelists. We have a very outstanding panel of leaders whose work spans from policy, grassroots action, research, disability, youth. So I will first go to you, Elizabeth Yegon. Government plays a pivotal role in creating the policies, institutions, and investments that shape our food system. Kenya has made important progress in recognizing gender equality and social inclusion in agriculture. So from the ministry's perspective, where are inclusive approaches already making a difference, and what lessons can we scale to ensure that no one is really left behind?
Thank you very much for that question, and good morning, everyone. And very grateful, and thanks to Pelham for organizing this forum and for the invitation. And so what is working? And so what I would say first is the issue of policy. And I want us to think of policy as a rail. You know, the kind of rail sometimes you have in your kitchen or maybe in your bedroom where you can hang maybe quotes, or in the kitchen you can hang different things. So when we think about that, policy is like that rail because it provides that kind of an environment, that enabling environment, or the guidance that all of us can actually adhere to as we look at how to make agroecological work more for us in this country. And so for policy, I would say that apart from the policies that have helped us to actually focus on gender, give a lot of focus on gender in this country, such as of course, the Constitution because it talks about non-discrimination. And out of that, we developed the national gender and development policy. But the most important thing in that policy is that it requires every institution to have a gender focal person. And because of that, you can see now it is possible to actually now institutionalize issues of gender in every department and every government institution. And so out of this, that's why in the State Department for Agriculture, we are actually developing a gender in agriculture policy, which we are almost finishing. So I would say one thing that is working is policy in this country, because apart from giving that kind of a framework, policies also trigger conversations. I am sure all of us can remember when we started giving attention to gender out of the Beijing platform. And it is out of such global commitments, then we have now the regional frameworks and then now the national policies. So policies actually create that forum where we can now, that triggers dialogue and conversations, which now lead to actually coming up with better policies. So I would say it's a dynamic process that keeps on improving with time. And that's why we can see, even as a country, we have gone ahead and not only done that policy on gender, we now have the women economic empowerment policy. And if you look at it, agriculture and agribusiness is given a very big role in that policy. So what we are saying, one of the enablers for women economic empowerment in this country is agriculture and agribusiness. And then together with that, very transformative, we had the climate smart agriculture strategy, but now out of that now we have the agroecology strategy for food transformation. And I would say this is very transformative because now it gives us that kind of framework where we are able to implement various interventions for agroecology in this country. So now moving from the policy table, I want us to come back to the household. One of the things that we have seen at the household level, over time we have used different tools. So what I would say also what works is the use of tools. Over time we have used tools like the gender daily calendar, we have used access and control profile, and seasonal calendars and such tools. But right now, the very transformative tools is the GALS, or Gender Action Learning System. And why is it transformative? It is because you involve everyone. You know, before you used to tell the women to go by the side, they do their own gender calendar, the men go the other side, they do their own, then they come back and share. But now, with the girls, they do it together as a household. And the tools that are there, such as the vision journey, where as a family, they are able to see where do we want to go. And with that also, just draw their own happy family tree and see what are the real dynamics. And with that, it creates a very good conversation and dialogue at household level, which we have seen now transforming the households where people are able to sit together so that gender is not just about women, because many times we are asked, is it about women? No, it is just about the whole household. So I would say tools which help us to just have that kind of dialogue, because gender transformation is a lot about mindset change and changing the norms. So such kind of tools help us. And then another issue is the issue of capacity building and training. Of course, that one helps us to change our mindset and give us information. And then at community level, we have seen communities embracing the need to involve youth and women, whether it is in the cooperative societies and other farmer groups. And then another very important thing, and which I have heard being mentioned here, stories of change. Yesterday, I sat in the forum here, and I was really impressed by the story from the farmer. I think she's called Esther. That was a very transformative story. You know, she's able to tell you where she has come from, what has worked. So we need to, that is something also that has really worked. When farmers are able to speak to one another, youth are able to share their own stories. And these days, you know, they can do that through such forums. As we have said, we need to give them more exposure and more room in such forums to share their own stories. And I think also the use of media and social media. That's a very powerful tool that is being used even to share stories and to influence change. So together with that, just to say also having gender-responsive extension services, that is also important. So what can we scale quickly? Policy dialogue has to continue. We have to continue speaking to one another so that, and also just giving that space for the women, for the youth, for the people with disabilities, the minorities, and everybody to be involved in policy dialogue so that we can, because policy making is dynamic, we can keep improving our policies. And then also the gender transformative extension services, we need to continue innovating and seeing how can we embrace extension services that are more transformative, that are more responsive, yeah? So that we listen to our farmers and to the other actors in the value chains and see how can we better address their needs and pass information. And then, of course, training and capacity building, that one we need to continue. And finally, how can we make resources more accessible? The productive resources. And of course, we need to continue institutionalizing issues of gender by ensuring that this, like the indicators, like what we need to do, that we are going to put it in our plans right from the counties and the national level so that we are able to do like a monitoring and accountability and to see where are we going? Are we going where we want to go? Are we achieving what we want to achieve?
Thank you so much, Elizabeth, for highlighting what is working in terms of the ministry. You have talked about the policies, you have talked about the use of tools, stories of change. The policy dialogue has to continue. But while policies create the enabling environment, transformation ultimately happens in the communities. And that brings me to you, Monica. So Monica, Pelham has worked alongside farming communities to advance agroecology and inclusive development. And we have said participation alone is not enough. So what shifts are needed to ensure women, youth, marginalized groups are not only participating, but genuinely influencing decisions and shaping the future of our food system?
Thank you, Eunice. And I'm happy to share some of the realities that we have faced as Pelham Kenya networks, that we can come up with solutions which are ensuring like our youth, women, PWD, and other marginalized groups are not just participating, but it's meaningful participation. And I'll begin with 2024, where we were inviting youths to attend different forums. And after the forums, they were sending me photos. And I kept on asking, hey, what happened? Like there were policy forums, dialogues, and other meetings. And that's the time I realized sometimes inclusion without power, especially to the youth, might mean an opportunity to take photos. But are photos influencing decisions? Are photos making county government and national government to bring more money for the youth? Then the other reality was PWDs, we were inviting them to our forums, and at the end of the day, you'll find someone has not been able to attend that forum. And when you follow up was, we have invited a person living with disability, but we forgot they need to come with an aid. We forgot they have specific needs, priorities, not like us, someone who is not a PWD. If they are using public means, they might need kutumia vitika matatu, like in a matatu. I'm sure you are getting that. So when you are programming or when you are planning, we plan for one person. And the other reality is, I know I've shared this story in another forum, where we got an opportunity to meet one of the leaders in counties, and we went there as women, and when we were there, I think we were excited. We started singing and dancing, and time was over. And we missed an opportunity, you see? So those are the things that made us realize you can be included, but without power, it won't make any difference. And now, as Pelham Kenya and our partners, some of the things we are doing is, I know our constitution, organizations, we have opportunities like women rep, youth rep, PWD rep, marginalized, but are they coming with decision-making power? We are observers. We are advisory, but you don't have a voting right. Are you included? Is your decision or your priority or your interest to be at the end of the decision or the budgeting that is going to be made or that program that is coming up? So now, as Pelham Kenya, what you're doing, investing in leadership for women and for the youth and PWD and our members, so that we can ask or we can be in those decision-making platforms where we're influencing, if it's investment committees, if it's cooperatives. And the other thing is also we are using mentorship approach, and this we are doing it under Africa Women Leaders in Agroecology, where we are training women to be in decision-making tables, to be able to influence everything in the agriculture value chain. And apart from that, we have also adopted a manifesto called the Courageous Women Leadership Principles. We have partnered with an organization called Next Generation Leadership Global. Maybe you can check it and read more about it. And this is where we are not just participating, but we are asking the question, who is leading? How are they leading? Because we already have women leading those spaces. We have youth, but where is there no change? Where is there no transformation? And also in Pelham Kenya, we came up with a model where when you are planning, when you're institutionalizing policies, when you're coming with programs, we ensure there's representation. This is about numbers. Like here we can count how many youth, how many women, how many PWDs. And now we move now to participation, where we ensure if they are participating. Like let me give an example with my sister Joyce. The podium was not friendly to her. She had to get a scarf. So when you are planning, you have to ensure the marginalized groups, their interests, their priorities, their issues, their interests. Because what if Joyce was here and she's shivering and she's not safe, or we didn't have such an alarm? Could she have participated in this forum? So then the other thing is about welfare. We know women have a triple gender role. They are mothers, they are leaders, all that. But are we planning for them when they are coming for meetings to ensure their breastfeeding spaces? I'm happy we already have one here. Are we ensuring we can cater for their nannies, and other welfare issues? And let me move to the next one. It's about resource control, not just access. I know now we are accessing land. I know we are here in this conference. I know we are accessing so many things, but we don't still have control. So how are we going to tell youth, women, PWD, and other marginalized groups to participate in agroecology if they don't own that land, if they don't have the title deeds, if maybe they are going to be moved there tomorrow or maybe the next day? So we have to really challenge and see who has this power, so that when someone has a title deed, it can be shifted, and also they can be able to do a lot. And on that, one of the things we have done in partnership with Shibuya community and GIZ, we have the land leasing guidelines. And those land leasing guidelines is an opportunity for the youth and women to own land in a different way. And yesterday, Ms. Monica Yatol asked, how many people here are willing, especially parents, to give the young people the land? I will ask again, how many people here are willing to give the young people land? Youth, tuko hapa tunaona, we are going to the street again. But I'm happy I can see, because youth need that land, and we don't own it, but we are also talking about alternative ways of owning land, like leasing. You can communicate with your parent or your guardian, and also exploring other ways. And the other thing is about the issue of the land rights. And we are talking about the legal and customary authority. And also we are training the women, the youth at PWD on community paralegalism and different ways of owning land. But now, if you are calling them champions and they are not recognized by our chiefs, they are not recognized by the land board, they are not recognized by the tribunal, how are we shifting that power in terms of leadership? So I'm requesting the organizations which are here, even the government, recognize the community paralegals. recognize the young people, recognize the women, the PWD, the pastoralists, and other marginalized groups who have been trained as community paralegals to support issue of land access at the community level. And this is the painful one, where we need to shift. When it comes to agroecological market and enterprise development, where are the women? When you look at the agriculture value chain, from production to the market, akina mama mboga wako wapi? Who are making decisions? Stella talked about the pricing. You know, we are talking about, in partnership with TISA, right to food violation. You'll find a lady or a woman or a young person you reach at the market, the brokers are all over. Or maybe, you know the issue of packaging, especially for the potatoes. Is it adjust? You know, so when it comes to agroecological market and enterprise development, we have to really ensure the prices are fair. We have to really ensure the women and the youth, when the counties are building the market, they have specific spaces for the youth and the women and the PWDs. And also, we have to ensure, if like today, or this symposium, we have the exhibitions. It will be unfair if one of you will leave without passing by to see what we are being exhibiting down there. And also, it's not just participating. We have to ensure that people who are exhibiting, one of the questions we'll be asking them is, how much money did you make? How many contacts? How many collaborations? You know, and the other thing is when it comes to insurance, because it's also affecting women. And you're going to find when a woman farmer akikuwa mgonjwa falls sick, everything stops. You know, do we have alternative insurance which are fair to the women? You know, so when it comes to agroecological market and in terms of development, we have to shift that. And I'm very happy, like we have a lot of innovation for women, and one of the innovation which has carried me away is this one for Githeri. You can see this one is one of the women who has come up with this information, this innovation. It's called Githeri on the go. These are cultural food we have in Kenya, and and I wish you can get an opportunity to pass by there. You learn more about it. And we have a number of them. We are talking about inclusion for the aquaculture community, the fisher folks. These are samaki cookies. They are made from fish, cashew nuts. These we get them from Kilifi and other counties. And for our pastoralists, I've come across a jam made from cactus. So jam, not tomatoes alone. So these are some of the innovations that you are doing. And apart from that, there are so many for our pastoralist women. This is another product from the value chain. This is beef tallow. I know some of us, we say it has a bad smell. But I'm telling you what Groots Kenya is doing. Please pass by there. You see the innovation on this one. So when it comes to agroecological market development, we have to really support such innovation. And the last one I want to talk about, Eunice, I know time has really run out, is about institutionalization of gender and social inclusion in programs. Like, how many organizations here, I know you have policies, but what are your policies saying about women, youth, PWDs? Is it just saying they will come to the forums? Are you going to say we are including them? And we need to move from just participation, just from participation to meaningful participation. And I would love to ask here, how many organizations here have specific gender, women, youth, PWD programs? Like in Pelham, we have Awola. I know Groots, you have a number of them, including the Rural Women Cultivating Change. I'm happy Lisa is looking at me. I know we have included women programs in Biril and MLF. How many of us here? And if we don't institutionalize gender, youth, what is going to shape the budget? What is going to shape what we are doing? If the policy, I know my boss Rosina is here, there's no way I'll tell her I'm bringing youth here. She's going to ask me, it's which budget line? She's going to ask me it's under which program. And I'm very happy for Pelham Kenya being able to support 23 youth and women to participate here because we have specific programs and what our policy is about participation for them to be here. So to shift that power units, it has to start with institutionalization of having specific policies, having specific programs that will ensure when we have such a symposium, who says youth are not here? Why are you saying youth are not here and you didn't plan for them? Why are you saying women are not here?
Thank you.
Thank you.
You can tell she's very, very passionate. I think, Mark, you might have to add us some minutes. Monica has really eaten a lot of time, but it was very, very important, the points that she was talking about. I could tell from the claps, and she's brought very, very important aspects of inclusion without power. Yeah? Inclusion without power. And we have to ensure that even when we are sending the youth, the women, let's prepare them. Let us not set them up for failure. When you're sending them to meetings, prepare them. Once people have a voice, the next question becomes, how do we turn that influence into real opportunities, especially for young people? I am coming to you, Esther Bett. Africa, we have said that Africa has the world's youngest population, yet many people continue to leave agriculture. At the same time, agroecology presents enormous potential for innovation, entrepreneurship, and decent livelihoods. So how can agroecology create real economic opportunities for young people today and not in the future? So for the remaining panelists, let's try keep it at 5 minutes each so that we have time for Q&A.
Thank you very much. Listening to you or listening to all of us talk about youth, I want to ask one question. We are all parents. We all have youth. How many of us have an agenda on agroecology for those youth? How many have plans for those children to farm, to process, and to sell? How often do we support them in the agroecology projects? And I come from a community that gives land to youth. But when the land is productive and the youth is able to make income, the parents take that away. You give them a fertile land, they produce, and when they produce well, the parents take it away. We give children chicken. The chicken lays eggs, and they hatch chicks. But when the visitor comes, which chicken do we slaughter? The one that belongs to the child. So I want to ask one question. Which tools are we using to construct and mentor these youth to do agroecology? What are our silent cultural practices in terms of land sharing? A lot of the youth that are very aggressive and active in agriculture are girls. But which household will give a girl land when she's in secondary school or when she's in college? In fact, the fathers might give, but it is the mothers that fight their girls and say the land belongs to the boys. So the question I want to ask today is that, what are the cultural practices that we use to construct our youth to become agroecology practitioners? What do we support them to youth? Right from primary, we work with schools as Rodi. And in the prisons, we work with youth. 75% of the prisoners are youth between the age of 8 to 35. And most of them are in prison because of domestic violence, fighting for land, setting up businesses. Some even set up businesses that work very well, but it's their parents that interfere with that business, so it fails. Whether it's agroecological or whether it's any other business. Because the parents see the children have gotten money. How do we support them? How do we hold their hand? How do we finance the projects that they implement to make them stand on their own? 23% of youth are in agriculture. But our education system does not support agriculture. In fact, when the corporal punishment was removed, we are using agriculture to punish children in primary schools. So how do you expect those children to go back and do agriculture and support themselves with it? Do I stop? So, the issue here is we really need to look at, even as we talk of gender tools, as we talk of gender policies, as we talk of structures and systems, how are we actioning the processes in actually touching the individual child to be able to do that? We've tried to support children in the coffee system. And they say, we want fast. They want instant results. They want to invest today and earn before the end of the month. And we've worked with youth in Nyeri, a group where we are working with coffee cooperative farmers. Youth have made the biofertilizers to sell to farmers. But the parents take the biofertilizers and put it all on their farm, so the youth has nothing to sell. They produced fruits and vegetables and even herbs in the farm. But when the mother or the father sees that happening very well, they want to take over that business. So where do youth get the opportunity to speak? How often do we listen to them? Do we ever sit with those boys? Do we ever sit with those girls and listen, what exactly do they want to do? And how can I, as a parent, at their household level, support these youth to become anything? So the support should come from the basic unit of the society, which is the family, irrespective of which policies we make at the county level, wherever. They will stand, and a lot of those who get a voice choose to enter politics because now people can help them. But they don't continue with the agribusiness that they have set up because it's really challenging and it is tough because they cannot secure loans. They have no documents to get investment. When they want to take loans on the land, they expect you as a parent to go and sign up for them. But most of the parents will not give them that opportunity because they fear the young person is going to sell off the land or lease it off and move on. Young people are very aggressive and they are very hyper. You start a group with them today. In the next 20 or 30 days, once they identify who they are and they realize what they can do, they realize the local environment where they're actually gathering is not adequate. So they choose to move away, where they feel safe and nobody interferes with their business. They go and lease land elsewhere. Those who have succeeded working with us in agroecology either move away and do their business away from influence from relatives, from friends and people who know them well, or they go and work, get the little capital they get, they come and invest because nobody is ready to give them the resources to do it. So how do we support our youth? Men, how often do you talk to your boys to train them to be men? And how many of the men that we have really work on the farms? Because the women do 80 to 95% of the work on the land. The men play supervisory roles or oversight role, but the real work is done by women and youth. So in most cases, we have found that youth succeed when they do either support systems, because we make biofertilizers, we train them to graft. So they either make biofertilizers and spray the crops, so we give them the equipment for spraying and how to make the biofertilizers, or they do beekeeping, where they hang the hives on borrowed land. But when the honey comes, the parents want a share of that honey. So let us support our youth 100%. Let us give them a voice at the local level, at the sub-county level, at the county level, to speak to youth issues and create movements that support the youth. And the youth that succeed most of the time, business people get interested with them. And they ask them, can I do the business with you? And they invest the money of the youth. But because the youth is only providing the labor, they end up losing their investment to the person who's financing the project. How do we support these youth to stand on their own and move forward?
Thank you, Esther. How do we support the youth? Do we listen to the youth? Fathers, do you sit with your sons? And what kind of support do we have to ensure that we set up our youth to participate in the opportunities? Even as we create the opportunities, we must ask ourselves, are those opportunities truly accessible to everyone? And this one comes to you, Joyce. Despite their central role in food production, women, youth, and indigenous people, pastoralists, and persons with disability often remain underrepresented in decision-making. What practical approaches have you found most effective in ensuring their meaningful participation in leadership? Let's please keep it at 5 minutes so that we leave some time.
Thank you so much. My name is Joyce Atieno Odhiambo, not Joyce Adhiambo, from the Department of Agriculture, County Government of Siaya. Also representing the Siaya Youth in Agribusiness Coordinating Unit, which promotes and strengthens the youth participation in the agribusiness within the county. And also I'm a AWOLA mentee. So, yeah. So the practical approaches that I've found most effective in ensuring that these groups, their participation and leadership is well taken care of. First of all, I'm a youth, I'm a woman, I'm living with disability, And I have friends who are indigenous people and pastoralism. So yes, I represent all the groups. So the practical approaches, one is through targeted mentorship programs, like now Awola, which is a safe space for the women. Another one is financial and resource empowerment through the village saving and loaning associations, where farmers come together and form groups for savings where they can loan. Then another one is promotion of women and youth alliances. Just I've told you that I'm a member of CI Youth in Agribusiness Coordinating Unit. There are other women alliances and youth platforms also. Then formation and strengthening of the community institutions. When I talk of community institutions, I refer to the SACCOs, FPOs, farmer producer organizations, CIGs, common interest groups, and the vulnerable and marginalized groups, where these farmers with common interest in, let's say in a value chain, agriculture value chain, they come together, they form a group, and then they do their farming there. So when coming together as a group, they can be able to access trainings readily, and also they can also enjoy the economies of scale as they can acquire inputs as a group. And through these community institutions, we ensure the equity, because these people come from different societies status, so we ensure equity even on the extension delivery. Also, and the last one is training and capacity building, where these groups are trained on the value chains, different value chains, financial literacy, leadership skills, and value addition. I wish to stop it at there because of time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Joyce, and thank you for saving us time. You've talked about promotion of youth and women alliances, the issues of village saving and loaning associations. So we have heard about policy, we have heard about power, opportunity, inclusion. So the final piece of the puzzle is accountability. So, and to you, team, there is a growing agreement that inclusion is essential for resilient food systems. Yet it is often discussed as an aspiration rather than a measured outcome. So how do we turn inclusion into measurable outcomes across Kenya's food system?
Thank you. So at Practical Action, one of the things that we ask ourselves, when we talk about engagement or meaningful engagement, who is supposed to define it for accountability purposes? Is it we, project implementers or designers? Is it the donors? Is it the sector players? Or is it the participants? It should come from the participants, because they know. They're the ones who are marginalized. The young people are marginalized. The women are also marginalized. Persons with disabilities are also left out. But at the end of the day, they're the ones who are going to define if this was actually a meaningful engagement. So one of the things that we talk about and we ensure that we are creating is also responding to the elements of one of the elements of agroecology, synergies. There are a number of actors working with the youth, with women, with persons with disabilities. But at the end of the day, are these participants really defining that accountability is in terms of meaningful engagement? And I like what Stella said, the foundation of transformation is people at the center of it all. And listening to all the panelists here, at the end of the day, we have those opportunities. So one of the things that we look at is, with these energies that we're creating and with the system actors, how do we continuously work together to ensure then that objective is actually met? So the youth cannot be put in one place. The women cannot be put in one place. We've talked more about production. But along the value chain, there are very many other opportunities that the farmers that you're working with can actually exploit. We have challenges with access to land, which is a resource and which can actually transform our agroecology objectives. But at the end of the day, what are those other opportunities that can actually be exploited by the young people? So in the 10 counties that you're working with, 100,000 youths, we've been deliberate, first of all, to onboard young women. 70% of the participants that you're working with in those counties are actually young women. And then they're able to actually be able to look at other opportunities along the value chains, be it, transportation, distribution, aggregation, distribution of even bio-input solutions that we have. How can they exploit business and market opportunities that comes with that? So we are able to map out those other solutions and not only just put youth in one place to just focus on production, where we already have a lot of challenges. But because these challenges are there, and we are creating synergies, one of the things that we talk about is inclusive co-creation. So you're creating with the youth because they know the solution at the end of the day. One of my panelists talked about land leasing, and I think we've worked with them with the guidelines that we developed. And we are seeing even parents, really joining the young people and doing business together. So the selection of value chain to ensure that the youth are also involved, because I saw one of the things that was talked about in the meeting yesterday is how do we change perception of agroecology looking primitive. And yet, when you select like short value chains, where youth are able to cash in terms of cash flows, because at the end of the day, everyone's language here is money in the pocket. So how do you ensure that money is coming through on a weekly basis or a monthly basis? Young people will actually venture into those short value chains. They'll be given a very small piece of land by their parents, but then if they're bringing money at their home, they become partners with their parents, because we talk about the vision journey, and it's part of what we include in our discussions at household level. You'll find actually parents really even expanding the land that the youth are actually putting in, so that at the end of the day, a household has income that can even buy solutions in the house. So the farmer voice as well, for the decision making, we have CASCOMs in all these counties that you're talking about. And the governors there have their manifestos to work with the youth. And agribusiness is a pathway to be able to sort it out. So a platform where CASCOM is formed, where youth engagement are also involved to have their voice at the decision table, and even distribution of fertilizer and bio inputs. So I can talk a lot, but at the end of the day, one of the things that I want to emphasize is that meaningful engagement for purposes of accountability has to come from participants, not we the practitioners, has to come from the participants, because it is meaningful, it is engaging, and it is dignifying at the end of the day. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Tim. And thank you for bringing up the aspect of inclusive co-creation. Let's stop creating policies. Let's stop creating things for the farmers, for the youth. Let's create with them. Let's co-create. So who is supposed to determine practical and meaningful engagement? It is the people who are at the center of it all. So we've had some inspiring ideas and experiences from the panelists. Mark, if you allow me.
Yes, we'll allow for three at least
Three,
for
yes.
starters, yeah?
Yes, three questions.
And I'll really encourage, there was a youthful voice earlier. If you're happy with what we've had in this discussion, do you have something to say? And if you will, I'll come to you. I see a hand already here and another there, and then I'll come to you. So already see three, I'll come to the three of you. Kama kuna usaidizi kutoka kule nyuma, kuna mtu ameinua mkono hapo nyuma, stand by with him, please.
And let's keep our questions short so that we can allow time for the panelists to respond.
Okay, thank you. This is not a question, but I want to answer the first question that was said by Ms. Mulea on who designs the market. So once again, my name is Farmerman. I'm one of the 23 youth who was invited. 50 years from now, the market is not only going to sell food, it's going to sell trust, hope, and transparency. So who designs the market is all of us. The government has to bring policy infrastructures. The innovators have to bring innovative structures. The farmers have to bring production infrastructures in agroecology, coming up with industries that will manufacture our compost. And the researchers have to bring knowledge infrastructure. And banks, they're supposed to bring financial infrastructure like green funding. And youth, we're supposed to bring the frameworks. And 10 years from now, in Kenya markets, we expect that the buyers or the consumers, they don't ask, how cheap is this tomato? But they ask, how safe is this tomato? And they're supposed to say, how healthy was the soil this tomato came from? And lastly, they're supposed to say, did Farmerman who produced the tomato receive a fair price? Asante sana. I'm coming from the southern part, from Zimbabwe. Asante sana.
Zimbabwe. Thank you so much for bringing that trust currency. That will be a big deal. I heard someone seated next to you who had, was there a mic that was brought to this end? Let me get to you. If not, there's a lady at the front. Please, if we have another mic handy, the team that is with that, please bring it to the lady up front.
Thank you so much. Hello, my name is Crispus, And I would like to speak about young men in particular, because the situation with young men, both in rural and urban areas, is not so good. If you look at the issue of goons, if you look at the issue of alcoholism, if you look at the issue of the border sector also and the challenges, and society expects men to be providers. But I think the way the systems are, there is a bit of exclusion when it comes to our young men. For instance, the village I come from, the young men who are supposed to be growing food are so much lost into alcoholism that they can hardly do anything meaningful with their lives. Alcohol, some of them not even bathing, and it's not a one-person issue, it's just an issue that is very, very serious. And yet, in our work, we don't seem to reflect this or acknowledge this. I would sort of recommend then, or really request, that in our work, especially with gender and these agri-food systems, could we also highlight that issue? Because when we speak about, I like how we have been very intentional about bringing out women issues to the point that we have data about what this and this percent of women, all these. Could we also have the same when it comes to youth, so that we stop speaking about youth from a generalist perspective? Because many things would actually disappear or not become highlighted when we do that. But when we break down, we say young women are being supported, but also young men are being supported. So far, I don't think I've seen any program supporting or speaking about young men issues, and there are very, very many, and very, very serious. So maybe one of the panelists could speak about it, and thank you, Monica, for highlighting youth issues very, very well. I would probably throw this to any of the speakers who would like to talk about, maybe the boy child could talk about it. Yeah, so my name is Crispus, and I'm a boy child ambassador, and also a food justice champion. Thank you.
Thank you for speaking on behalf of the boy child. Over to you at the front. Just take the mic and speak.
Okay. All right. My name is Morema Esther. I work with 3 Africa. I would like to appreciate the beautiful insights that we've gotten, but I would also want to ask how, I think we are not lazy as youths. We really want to engage in agriculture, but we don't like things that take so much time and things that do not have an economic attachment to it. We want something that is able to help us financially. I don't know how best we can put agroecology to have an economic attachment, sort of a return on investment, so that it's easy for us to attract the young people to come and take part in agriculture instead of shifting to the urban centers to look for things to do. Another thing is, I would have loved to have a financial, maybe institution also represented, so that we can explore non-collateral ways of funding agroecology, so that we do not inherit land until our parents are dead. And no one wants to lose a parent to inherit land. So I want to ask, are there other financial ways that the young people or the youth and the women can get so that they can also take part in agroecology? Yeah, thank you so much.
I love what you've said there. It's quite a taboo subject. No one wants the parents to pass on, so we can talk to the aspect of inheritance. I have 2 questions here, including our chairperson, and then I'll bring it to you, and then we'll take it back to Eunice.
Hi everyone, my name is Eunice, and asante sana the panelists for discussing these critical issues about women in the grassroots. And I have a concern. I come from Baringo, and I said I come from a small minority community called the Ilchams. And I work with women and youth. I work with Baringo Women and Youth Organization. and there is a tendency, or I can say a problem. I heard everybody talking about how we can empower women, how we can empower the youth. That I agree. But now we have a challenge in Baringo. Now we have a lot of investors who are around Perekera irrigation. They're doing a lot of irrigation. Most of the labor work is done by women. Our men or our husbands, they tend to stay at home. And the GBV now is rising. It's high because if women are working, women are empowered, women have money. If we empower so much women to have money, it will give us, some of us who are working with women in the organizations, a challenge. Because one, you'll take money to the home. And you'll be asked that money umetoka wapi, umeenda kibarua, umepata hii pesa. Because there are these women, when you wanaenda kibarua. I come from a pastoralist community which kibarua for wanaume, no. It's only you go kuchunga ng'ombe. So now we are trying to tell our women, let's go to, for another alternative livelihood, which is agriculture. And we have a challenge, or we have a problem. Because we get money, our men, we leave them at home, and they don't have money. GBV imepanda. So I want to toss a question. What can we do to empower these men so that if I get money, I will be able to share with this man, or I will be able to sit down and discuss what can we do with this money which I brought maybe from the job or from the labor work. Thank you so much.
Asante sana.
Wow, that's very interesting. Thank you very much. My name is Janet, and I work for a local organization, Kitui Development Center, and I'm also the chair, Pelham Kenya. I want to just bring an aspect. I don't have a question, but I'm just bring issues that was brought out, especially on inclusion and attitudes that we need to address. And the one issue that was brought up is with Beth. Is it Beth? Not Monica, this other lady who talked about the one from Rodi. Esther Beth, how we are taking as parents, we are taking issues from children, we are taking their products and all that. I run a program that is on children ambassadors. When you are doing a project of children, we use the children ambassadors to talk about the issues that they bring so that we can address and design a program with them. And I think the same issue can also be used, the same model can also be used when you're designing youth activities, so that we are not sitting on the table and designing programs that are not youth-friendly. The youth themselves can actually help us to design. The challenge that we got from the youth is that most of the issues, most of the negative things that the children are doing are from us parents. We are the people who are training our children the bad behaviors. And after training them, we also blame them. And we are the trainers of that. And I want to give you a very good example, practical one, cigarette smoking. Cigarette smoking. The father amekuja nyumbani with a cigarette, amekaa kidogo, you know how they smoke, eh? It's not so lively, eh? Alafu unatupa pale. So what will happen with that small boy? He will do practically that. Atachukua, atavuta, atafurahi the way you fry the way mwenyewe. Our women are coming late at home. Unakuja kuchelewa. What are you telling your girls? Wakuja mapema? Na wewe unakuja saa 6 usiku. Saa 3 usiku. They'll come just 1 hour, 30 minutes before you. Be blessed.
It's just excuse, I know that we have a lot of responses, but just so that in the dynamics of it. I see you standing and I love the enthusiasm. So let's allow the two ladies, you and you, so that we don't overwhelm them with so many questions and have someone's question not responded to. And if we can, then come to the next round. Nimeona umesimama, umetia bidii, takuja kwako. Just so that we can allow that these questions are responded to.
Thank you so much. I'm Esther Masharia, a youth champion at Agroecology Kenya in Laikipia County. And we've been exhibiting banana crisps, ndoma crisps, and other value additional products. But our challenge is the certification from the KEBS. And so as a youth, I've really done my part to do the agroecological farming. I have value added my products. And so I would want to pose this question to the panelists, a call to action on how certification by the KEBS can be made easier so that at least I can be successful in the agribusiness. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Ruth Mukiri. I am a trainer at the College of Sustainable Agriculture for Eastern Africa. Mine is not a question, more of an echo of what the panelist has been talking about intentional inclusivity. I would like to pick it up from where Esther Bett talked about when she said that most of us have grown up knowing that agriculture is a punishment. I'm sure most of us here, millennials and the other generation above us, we know that if you made a mistake in high school, the trainer on duty would tell you to go and, dig up a certain place or go and do a bit of gardening somewhere else. So then the question is, how are we supposed to embrace agriculture if we look at it as punishment? For me, my question is, if it is not the youth who will transform agriculture, then who will? My idea would be, and I think this one we can all agree, is that we need to share wisdom. We need wisdom to be shared with the youth, and we need the youth to be sitting on the table. If we are unable to package agriculture in a way that interests the youth, then we are lost. And going by the theme of this symposium, where we are talking about food security, resilience, inclusion, and all those matters that we're talking about, we cannot really talk about that if we do not have the youth sitting next to us. My colleague here seated behind me has asked that question. And I'm like, we should have the youth sitting on the table. We must include them. They must be able to transform. We must be able to co-create. We must be able to give the wisdom that we have, and we take the wisdom that they have. One of the things that at the College of Sustainable Agriculture for Eastern Africa we've seen is that most youth do not want labor-intensive agriculture. I think it was Mark Masai who said that if we are to do those, not Mark Masai, just about done. we have, those short-term, short-term initiatives where we get youths in agribusiness, in food processing, in value addition. That way they have money in their pockets. And when they go home, all of us are putting together all our funds in the same basket. And therefore, we are all inclusive. Thank you.
Asante, over to you to respond to the many questions.
Thank you, audience. It clearly shows that you have been listening to the conversation. So I take it back to the panelists. So you pick the question that has been posed to you, but let's keep it short. We start with you, Tim. I think you answered the question for the boy child.
For the boy child, who are becoming goons, but they are not goons. They are very good people, and they are young people as well. I used to be young, but now I'm a Gen Z alumni. And one of the things that we are talking about, in as much as you do inclusion, you're not excluding anyone. You're not leaving anyone behind. But you understand, with data, we know there are people who are marginalized. There are young women who don't have access to information. There are young women who don't have access to land. There are young women who don't have access to resources and even markets. But at the same time, with that data, then you become deliberate in terms of how you are co-creating with them and ensuring that you are including them. So that's the reason why at Practical Action we're insisting of 70% young women in the projects that you're working in, and then the other 30% then can be these young men. But most interestingly, these stories comes from the participants that you're working with. For example, we've come with a number of youths from Vihiga County, young women, through the mentorship program that we have. And you talked about the CIA mentorship that we are partnering with you as well. You'll find that the leadership is young women in those aggregation groups or production groups. And then they are crowding in young men. So they're deliberately not leaving out men, but also ensuring they are actually included. So that agenda is actually in there. The other question is on economic attachment, on how we package agroecology. So definitely, there is return on investment when it comes to agroecology. So it actually pays. So definitely, I agree with you. We should package it in a much more better way, where we talk about incomes increased, jobs created, enterprises set up. So everything, you're looking at it from a market systems development perspective. You know, there's demand on this side, there's supply on this side. Who are the ecosystem actors? What is their incentives? What do they want? For example, the market will want sustained supply to what they're buying. They'd want quality products. At the same time, you're seeing demand, even from the market, saying they want safe food. And agroecology, well traced very well, can actually provide that safe food. So you go in and define incentive per each ecosystem actor. What do they want? And then you facilitate to meet up that. So definitely, there's an economic attachment if we package it in a much more better way. Yeah, there were 5 questions, but let me answer those 2.
Okay, thank you so much. Let me respond to my fellow youth, Ms. Murema, who said that youths, we like quick returns, and how can we incorporate ourselves into agroecology? So agroecology is like a value chain, and along the value chain, youths can do so many things. It is not a must that we go to the farm is when we are participating in agroecology. So some of the things that we can do as youths, but even for the agroecology, there are short cycle ventures that we can do, like poultry. Poultry, for example, the broilers, at 1 month, if you can attain a kg of 1.5 kgs, you are good for the market. So we can do poultry, we can do apiculture. Youths can also engage in the agrotech integration and innovations. So, for example, you can do social media marketing for those already in agroecology and they're looking for market. You can do that for them. Also, you can do value addition, where you get the raw materials from those that are participating at the farm, at the production level, then you do value addition. Also, there is service-based income streams. For example, right now at the county levels, we have the agripreneurs who help deliver extension services. And also, you can make biofertilizer, you can sell seedlings. Yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. For me, I'll speak more for the boy-child mentorship. You cannot teach a boy at 18 to do what they're supposed to do. You're supposed to teach those boys from the age of 5. They mimic up to 6 years. From 6 years to 18, 17 years, they confirm what they mimicked. And that's the time they need men to confirm and affirm the boys. I'm calling on my fellow brothers, my uncles, my grandfathers, and my sons. Mentor your boys. Speak to your boys as a man. As women will dress them, will feed them, will talk to them. But a mom needs to confirm and affirm a man. Daily, they lock up 60,000 people in Kenyan prisons, but 57,000 are men. The men who are between the age of 18 and 35. Why? Because they lacked mentorship. That's what we hear them tell us when we do psychosocial support. And they say, if my father, if my uncle had supported me, I'd be a different person. Uncles, please support the children born to your sisters. Let's not marginalize children from single mothers. Let us love them and support them as men. The other thing I request every parent to do, teach your child investment from age 3. When you give them money, they should know that I have 10 shillings, I have to save a shilling. I have to put that money into a plan and a project for the future. We give our children money and we even bribe them with lollipops and everything. So when they get money, they burn it all and they come back for more money. When will they learn to invest? That's all I have for today.
Yeah, I won't respond to a specific question, but let me just add my thoughts. First is for the boy child. I think when you are programming, we need to take note of intersectionality, where you find someone is a farmer, but person with disability, the same time alcoholic, the same time a school dropout. So how do we bring all these issues together to be able to support this person to be more economically empowered or to really participate? So this is when we call for collaboration and partnership, so that we can be able to, if we are addressing the issue of youth participation in agroecology, there's someone else addressing the other issue, because, and also, and Dr. Clement challenged the youth yesterday, youth are not saying to be given things for free or to move from there to here. You know, we have to understand youth are going through different transitions, and that's why when you are programming for the youth, we need to profile them. Like, I'm happy I sent is an Gen Z. For me, they call me an old youth. You know, like, so you find the youth who are 18 to 24, 24 to 30, and 30 to 35. They have different priorities, interests, you know. So when you're programming for the youth, we need to profile them and consider what are their needs, their interests, and include them. Then also, let me just add my thought to my sister Eunice from Baringo County. I've heard what is happening. When we are doing whatever we are doing, it should not have an intended negative consequence, and we really need to see how we can really eliminate that. And there's one of the things we have done in Pelham, Kenya, and it is really working. We are saying about gender decision-making, joint gender decision-making in agroecology and biodiversity conservation, where we are bringing everyone on board to see what men, women are doing, and also what our culture says about that. Maybe that's something, maybe we can really share and see how whatever we are doing is not increasing GBV for women. Whatever we are doing is not making the economic impact, is really draining to something else. And lastly is about intergenerational dialogue. I think for the youth, we need to talk with our parents. We need to talk with the people who are ahead of us. And that's why in Pelham, we are talking about mentorship. For example, Elizabeth, who is the end of gender in the Ministry of Agriculture, she is mentoring Joyce, who is also a county officer. They are in the same panel, so they can be able to share a lot and be guided on how to go about it. Esther Beth is mentoring me, and I'm sure even you are mentoring someone else. So for the youth, we're also calling for mentorship. Mentorship doesn't need to be structured, but can you mentor someone? Like, I'm happy with Dr. Clement. Yesterday, he came, one of the youth is mentoring to be part of this forum. So for the young people, I think we really need mentorship for them. And also, Esther, you have talked about male engagement. I think we should not talk about male engagement.
Subtle indication of time.
Okay.
But just wrap it up, Monica.
Okay, thank you. I just want to speak.
Sorry, Monica, you can just finish your sentence. It was just a subtle indication. Finish your sentence, yeah.
I think I'm done, but for the certification, I request maybe you get my colleague, Temo, or someone else to respond to it, because it's a challenge for the young people.
Okay, thank you very much. I want to speak to just a few issues. I've heard it said again and again that, you know, we were using agriculture as a punishment in schools. But I want to say that with the CBC curriculum, that has changed. So agriculture and nutrition is actually incorporated in the curriculum. And as fellow panelists and participants have said, transformation can only start from a child. Yeah? When you transform a child, then you transform the whole society. It is very difficult to transform somebody when he's an adult. We are not saying adults cannot change, but the transformation is more lasting when you start with a child. And that's why we have the incorporation of agriculture and nutrition in the CBC curriculum. So those who have children in CBC, I am sure you hear them talking about that. They talk about agriculture, they talk about nutrition, they are conscious of our indigenous foods, so they know nutrition is just not eating bread and sausage. They know they can eat sweet potato, they can eat our indigenous vegetables, which the Gen Zs are having a big problem with, because in their generation, we knew good food is fast food, right? But now we also want them to actually embrace agroecological products, embrace our indigenous foods. So that's what I wanted to say, that is changing through the curriculum. And that's specifically in the Ministry of Agriculture, we reintroduced the 4K Club movement. And every school is required to have this club where the young people can be able to do their projects in agriculture, in environment, and be able to embrace agriculture. Now, to top that up, our First Lady, actually, was it last year, launched the Mama Kitchen Garden Program. And that goes with having school gardens. And these school gardens, apart from having just vegetables and the other food crops like sweet potatoes and the like, we are also encouraging them to embrace fruit production. So we are encouraging schools to plant not just trees for environmental conservation, but to plant food in trees, yeah? The fruit trees. So those are some of the initiatives that we are doing to be able to encourage our young people and to help our young people right from when they are children to embrace agriculture, to embrace food production. Yeah, because as we said, I was listening to the conversation the other day when they were presenting a report to the president. It's something you can follow online. When they were presenting the report on the new vision we need to have. You know, Vision 2030 is almost coming to an end. So we don't wait until the end, but we have already started thinking, what do we do next? What is our next vision as a country? And the report, as they presented it, one of the person commented and said, we can think about manufacturing, we can think about IT, we can think about everything. But we need to remember, I think it was the deputy president, he said, let's remember the foundation of everything is agriculture. The most important thing is for us to be able to feed ourselves. And countries that have industrialized, most of them, you'll find their food secure. Think about China, think about Thailand, think about many countries like India. They have made sure they have enough food. Because ukishiba, then you are able now to think, yeah, and come up with other, innovations and technologies. So let's really embrace, and as Madam Esther has said, it is good we all, as agroecologists ourselves, how are we helping our own children, our nephews, our nieces, all the children in our space, how are we helping them to embrace agroecology? The second issue,
thank you, Elizabeth, thank you.
Allow me to mention
please wrap it up
the
in
issue
seconds.
of collateral. Somebody very important, because it was asked about non-collateral ways of funding. And of course, we know we have our the VCLS or the table banking, but very important also, we have the Women Enterprise Fund. I don't know how many of us know that that is something you can take advantage as a woman farmer, because an enterprise, a farm is also an enterprise. So that is something you can take advantage of, and also the youth fund. And we are also hoping that the Nyota funds that are being given to the youth, that some of our youth are actually investing in agroecology and agriculture. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, our panelists. And just to add on the question that Eunice asked from Baringo, I think when we say we are not leaving anyone behind, we also mean the men. We need to make the men our allies. In Roots Kenya, we have what we call Men for Women Champions, because some of the counties like Baringo, you find that culture, social norms are very deep. So you have to find a way to engage them, for them to understand when this woman is empowered, when they have the money in their pocket, it means a better livelihood, not just for the women, but also for the family. And that comes to an end of this very powerful conversation. And
Not to worry, not to worry. Getting you a mic, getting you a mic.
Hello, everyone. Hello. My name is Christiana Saitilowa. I come from the Elmolo community of Lake Turkana, and I work with women from both Elmolo Bay, Elmolo Bay, Samburu, Rendile, and Turkana. Those are the communities found around the Lake Turkana, and we call them also the Elmo Saretu. Therefore, I would just like to say Northern Kenya is a very dry part of Kenya. We all have that picture. And it is really very difficult also to start agroecology or farming, because we are not traditionally farming, to start farming in a dry area with mainly no water. But you find that the climate change has also carried most of our homes, and therefore it's now time for us to look into alternative livelihoods, because these communities were pastoralists, fisheries, and nomads. And therefore we have to try to balance and to try to adapt to the climate change also through agroecology. And I really thank Agroecology Fund for really helping us to try to bring this new norm to our communities, because they were generally not in those livelihoods. And therefore, this has, just a minute. One thing I want to really raise here is that the Elmolo, Samburu, Turkana, and Northern Kenyans, and they fight a lot. This agroecology has helped us to bring women and youth together in peace initiatives. It's one of the major things that we are really appreciative about agroecology. And when it comes to government policies, there is need to try to incorporate these policies together to make these young people from the Turkana, Samburu, Elmolo, Rendile work together as a community. Because first, insecurity issue. And then the hunger, because we come from a very dry and drought-stricken area. And unless a government stops differentiating things, you know, they should bring all these things together, because you really put a lot of effort on farming. Yet food resources like fish, cows, they are not really given that kind of weight. All of them are food, and we need to try to bring this together. Thank you.
Asante sana. Thank you. And for the courage as well to stand up. Please, I'll ask that the panelists please stand up for a picture as we give them an applause, as well as those who've contributed with the questions. I apologize to the lady who stood up back there and the others who've raised their hands. This is good feedback. This is a session on inclusion that resonates with many of you. As you would appreciate, given the time, there's a session right after the tea break. We need to take a tea break. It's a bit cold this morning, and also to accommodate the next session, which also has 2 hours. It doesn't close you out from still asking your questions. So if we could accommodate it then, let's put our hands together to Eunice and her panel that has started off our day 2 on Women, Youth, Social Inclusion, and Equitable Food Systems Transformation, represented there by Ms. Elizabeth Yegon, Ms. Monica Nyaga, and also Ms. Esther Bett, and also Joyce Adhiambo and Boychild, the alumni of Gen Z, or alumni of Gen Z, or Millennium. When a millennial. So Tim Wangi, asante sana for your presence, and for each of you who have spoken, including Madam Christiana from Lake Turkana. We really appreciate your views. You may have your seats as I give direction for the next session, which is tea. 30 minutes. We'll be back at 11:30. And after that, we'll be having a session that will be led by Dr. Beatrice Adoyo. And she will have her panelists as well, preceded by a keynote by Dr. Hilda from WRI. And this session will be on innovations, scaling agroecological solutions for harnessing One Health challenges. It will also answer the ROI for the youth. There are opportunities here. And the questions that you have way at the back, here in the middle, can still be accommodated in this conversation that is coming up after tea. Tea is served at the exhibition area, which we encourage you continue interacting with and experiencing. So you may now head on there to the exhibition area and come back by 11:30 so we can start with this next session that will lead us to lunch and will also include your participation and also some pictures that we will have. A nice session there that may include you as well on random selection. So be ready for that. Enjoy tea in the meantime. See you at 11:30. Asante.
I was in a tunnel and couldn't see the light. And whenever I'd look up, I couldn't see the sky. Sometimes when I'm standing, it seems like I done walked for miles. And my heart could be crying, dead in the middle of a smile. But then I climbed the hills and saw the mountains. I hollered help cause I was lost. Then I felt the strong wind. Heard a small voice saying the storm is over. Storm is over now. I can see the sunshine somewhere beyond the clouds. I feel heaven, yeah. Heaven is over me. Come on and set me free. Whoa. Now in the midst of my battle, all hope was gone. Downtown in a rush crowd and felt all alone. Every now and then I felt like I would lose my mind. I've been racing for years and still no finish line. Oh, but then I climbed the hills and saw the mountains. I hollered help cause I was lost. Then I felt the strong wind. And then a small voice saying the storm is over. The storm is over now. I can see the sunshine somewhere beyond the clouds. I can feel heaven. Heaven is over me. Come on and set me free. Oh,
There's a place in your heart, and I know that it is love. And this place is much brighter than tomorrow. And if you really try, you'll find there's no need to cry. In this place, you feel there's no hurt or sorrow. There are ways to get there if you care enough for the living. Make a little space, make a better place. Heal the world, make it a better place for you and for me and the entire human race. There are people dying. If you care enough for the living, make a better place for you and for me. If you want to know why, there's a love that cannot lie. Love is strong, it only cares for joyful giving. If we try, we shall see. In this bliss we cannot feel. We're on track, we stop existing and start living. Then it feels that always love's enough for us growing. Make a better world, make a better world. Heal the world, make it a better place for you and for me and the entire human race. There are people dying. If you care enough for
mountains, blue skies, and the seas. Rainbows, rainbows, sunshine, and the trees, you made them. Jesus, the maker of them all. Everywhere I go, I see you right there. In the beauty of nature, you shine all around. For you are everything, and everything is you. Precious Jesus, the wonderful wonder you are. Oh, 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 morning, noontime, and the night. Voices, rhythm, melody. People, places, everything. Jesus, the maker of them all. Everywhere I go, I see you right in the beauty of nature. You shine all around. For you are everything, and everything is you. Precious Jesus, the wonderful wonder you are. Oh, 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 you're amazing, dear Lord. You are amazing, dear Lord. You're amazing, dear Lord. You are amazing, dear Lord. You amaze me, dear Lord. You amaze me, dear Lord. You are amazing, dear Lord. You're amazing, dear Lord. You are amazing, dear Lord. You are amazing, dear Lord. You are amazing, Jesus. You're amazing, dear Lord. You're so amazing, dear Lord. You're so amazing, dear Lord. Your love is amazing, dear Lord. Your grace is amazing, dear Lord. Your glory is amazing, dear Lord. Your power is amazing, dear Lord. You made the heavens and the earth by the words of your mind. You are amazing, dear Lord. You are amazing, dear Lord. Nobody is like you. Nobody loves like you. Nobody makes like you. You are so beautiful. You are so wonderful. You are amazing. Everywhere I go, I see you right there. In the beauty of nature, you shine all around. For you are everything, and everything is you. Precious Jesus, the wonderful wonder you are. El Shaddai, uko na kile minadai, ulinipenda hata kama misifai. El Shaddai, El Shaddai, El Shaddai, uko na kile minadai, ulinipenda hata kama misifai. El Shaddai, El Shaddai, El Shaddai.
He's an awesome God. Amenipa such an awesome song. And I'm never lonely. Amenipa such an awesome love. He is an awesome God. And I wanna tell it to the world. Ili wajue ni wewe. Kama si wewe basi nani?
Nasikia landilodi ako kwa njia anataka kodi. Ni wewe utaprovide.
na nina ngori moyoni zinanijaza wori, ila nitakuwa fine. El Shaddai, uko na kile minadai, ulinipenda hata kama misifai. El Shaddai, El Shaddai, El Shaddai, uko na kile minadai, ulinipenda hata kama misifai. El Shaddai, El Shaddai, El Every day is an awesome day. Na vile unanibariki hata mimi sielewi. And every day you come through in an awesome way. Kwenye dhiki nimepata rafiki wa kweli.
Na kuna kaloni mahali kananijaza moyo, ni wewe utaprovide. Nina mahari natamani kulipia mpenzi, sote tutakuwa fine. Na madaktari wanasema hali siyo hali, wewe unajua time. Nahisi nguvu zako kwangu, I will call you El Shaddai.
El Shaddai,
El Shaddai,
wana kile minadai, ulinipenda hata kama misifai. El Shaddai, El Shaddai, El Shaddai, wana kile minadai, ulinipenda hata kama misifai. El Shaddai, El Shaddai, El Shaddai, wana kile minadai, ulinipenda hata kama misifai. El Shaddai, El Shaddai, El Shaddai, wana kile minadai, ulinipenda hata kama misifai. El Shaddai, El Shaddai, El
Serving you up with the freshest gospel vibes. Selector Cavo.
Najua Bwana anatengeneza njia, anatengeneza njia kwa ajili yangu. Najua Bwana anatengeneza njia, anatengeneza njia kwa ajili yangu. Najua Bwana anatengeneza njia, anatengeneza njia kwa ajili yangu. Najua Bwana anatengeneza njia, anatengeneza njia kwa ajili yangu.
This is your favorite DJ. Selector Cavo. Selector Entertainment.
Najua Bwana anatengeneza njia, anatengeneza njia kwa ajili yangu. Najua Bwana anatengeneza njia, anatengeneza njia kwa ajili yangu.
Selector Cavo.
Vyote nilivyo navyo ulivyonipea, umenipendelea. Uhai, neema, umenipendelea. Sijivuni kwa chochote mimi nilichokifanya, ila umenipendelea. Afya, pumzi, umenipendelea. Vyote nilivyo navyo ulivyonipea, umenipendelea. Uhai, neema, umenipendelea. Sijivuni kwa chochote mimi nilichokifanya, ila umenipendelea. kwa chochote mimi nilichokifanya, ila umenipendelea. Afya hii, pumzi, umenipendelea. Vyote nilivyo navyo, ulivyonipea, umenipendelea. Uhai, neema hii, umenipendelea. Sijivuni kwa chochote mimi nilichokifanya, ila umenipendelea. Afya hii, pumzi, umenipendelea. Vyote nilivyo navyo, ulivyonipea, umenipendelea. Uhai, neema hii, umenipendelea. Sijivuni kwa chochote mimi nilichokifanya, ila umenipendelea. Afya hii, pumzi,
Selector Cavo.
Bwana, ninajua uwezo wako, kuwa wewe ni Mungu usiyeshindwa. Oh Bwana, ninajua uwezo wako, kuwa wewe ni Mungu usiyeshindwa. Everybody, Bwana,
ninajua uwezo wako. Let praises rise from the inside of me. May you delight in the inside of me. Feel my life from the inside of me. Set me on fire from the inside of me. 'Cause all I want is for you to be glorified, for you to be lifted high. 'Cause all I want is for you to be glorified, for you to be lifted high, be lifted high, be lifted high, lifted high.
Mic check. Thank you so much. We're about to start, so tafadhali tuweze kurudi hapa ndani so that we can be able to start the second session of today. Just in a few like 2 minutes so that we are able to start. Afadhali naomba kwa heshima tuweze kukaribia na tuweze kurudi so that we can start the second session. Perfect.
Praises rise from the inside of me. May you delight in the inside of me. Come feel
This is evidence that, yes, we were all enjoying some tea and coffee and bitings there. But for those who can hear me at the exhibition area, please come in to the auditorium. We'd like to start with the next session before lunch. It is quite a heavy one in terms of content and the time to cover. So we'd like to have your engagement and your participation. If you can hear my voice at the exhibition area, usiogope kuna lunch. So keep some space for lunch. Do not fret. The team that is serving us is going to ensure that we're well nourished over lunch hour, which should be from around 1:35 thereabouts. So please come on in to the auditorium. Wale wako exhibition, please come in. We'd like to start with the session and also give it the time that it was allocated. And we have the facilitator for the session on standby, and I believe even our keynote speaker who's on standby, Dr. Hilda, and also the panelists who will be on standby right after the keynote that will be delivered. But we'd want you to be in the room as that happens. So please, for the delegates who are outside, those who are taking pictures, there will be more time to take pictures over lunch hour and even after the afternoon session where we will be concluding with declarations and a way forward. Please come on in for those who are at the exhibition area. This is the moment to come back in and reconvene so we can get started with this session that comes right before lunch, before we get into the breakouts. And we wouldn't want to drag it out into the evening so that we can have good time for a declaration that is as a unified voice. Asanteni, karibuni. Welcome back in. Welcome back in. For those who are at the exhibition area, please come back in. Our team on the ground, the ushering team, please help us in ushering people back and just nudging them to come back. And if you can even come back with your cup of tea or cup of coffee, just as I have. But please come back in from the exhibition area. If you're outside taking pictures, please come back into the auditorium. We would like to continue. I don't know if they can hear me. I'm told by someone who's just from the exhibition area that the speaker there is a bit low in terms of sound. So nafaa kupasha sauti kiasi so they can hear us clearly. For those who are at the exhibition area, it's only one speaker, but it has the potential of being a bit louder. So tunaweza ongeza kidogo, amp it up a bit. Wale ambao wako kwa exhibition, karibuni. We'd like to continue with the session that follows right now, which is going to lead us to lunch. And it also has some pitches that we will be witnessing. And if we are able to use our time well, we would be able to give a pitch, a 60-second pitch for our exhibitors or those who will be here in the auditorium. So we'll be able to give you 60 seconds, and we'll be timing that to pitch what you're about, who you're about, what you have. If it's an innovation, what you are doing in your space to influence in a positive way. So please come back in. Wale wako exhibition, tunaomba mje. Wale wako nje, wanapiga photos. There's still ample time within the day to take more pictures. Please come on in. Save some space for lunch. Don't you worry. We'll be well nourished after lunch. And even in the afternoon, we'll have another tea break. So msiogope, mtapata more to nourish your bodies. And we still have Kipla, who I see he is rehearsing 1 or 2 moves. I will welcome him to the stage. And it's good to see you. Karibu. Karibuni nyote, wale wako exhibition would like to continue. Thank you for amping up the sound. And we are just urging you to come in. We don't want you to miss out on this session. The facilitators, the keynote speakers, as well as the panelists for the session, I believe, are already in the auditorium and on standby to start. But we would want your participation as well. It's not just speaking from the podium or the platform up front, but also hearing from you in the auditorium and the audience. And your participation is very key. As you've heard also from Job Mainye, who is the leader of the rapporteur team, they really appreciate your input in terms of feedback. And we'll be able to accommodate feedback, Q&A, and what have you, if you are here on time and we're able to give good time for the panel to start and cover the ground that they have laid out to cover in terms of discussion, and then give you an opportunity to also give us your input. So karibuni nyote, good to see my friends from Norway, and also others. Wale wa Rongai mko wapi? Rongai? Ah, yes. Asante sana. It's good to have you with us. We had a sister from Uganda. I don't think I see her today. Oh, our brother from Sebo. Welcome. Oh, she's back there. Nyabo Oliotia. Yes, welcome, welcome. This is our Uganda Connect, so please make sure you interact with her. We had Senegal in the room in South Africa. Really loved that we had the input there from Zimbabwe. A youthful voice from Zimbabwe talking about the trust currency that we really do need. And yes, our sister from Italy. I see you there sharing some selfies. I'm just snooping here. Don't you worry. No, it's not on the big screen. I'm just guessing that's what you're showing. But welcome. It's good to see you guys. Good to see those from the Landscape Alliance. I was in your session and on the soil health and what have you. Like such good innovations that will help us know what to plant where. I don't know why I'm hiding behind this. I was actually going off stage to give Kipla his opportunity. Kipla amepotea? Oh, no you hapa. Yes, also giving time for us to come on in. Tafadhali kujeni kutoka exhibition. People are filling up the auditorium. Thank you for heeding the call. Please come on in. We don't want you to miss any of this session. So please, karibuni. Kipla,
Yes.
uko sopti?
Yes, niko sawa.
Sawa sawa.
Niko
You can
sawa.
hear the sound of Kipla if you're in the exhibition room. I know you don't want to miss what he will help us settle back in with. So, karibu Kipla.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Let's appreciate Mark Masai. Let's appreciate him, ladies and gentlemen. No, we can do better than that, ladies and gentlemen. Let's appreciate Mark Masai. Thank you so much. I believe that you've had a good time at the exhibition area. For those who are still at the exhibition area, kindly, we have started our session. I invite you guys to come back so that we can start our session. Now, you know the drill. When you see here, when I stand, you know the drill. Talk to your neighbor. Make sure you have a neighbor. Tell your neighbor, did you have a good time? Ask your neighbor, did you have a good time? Make sure you're talking to your neighbor. When you kando yako, ask your neighbor, what did you learn on the first session? What is the one point that you learned on the first session? This is the second day. What did you learn? What did you get to know? What is the new thing that you've learned on this second day of this National Agroecology Symposium? And then after that, I will kindly request us to be upstanding. Kindly let us stand. Thank you so much. You're all doing an amazing job. Thank you. I kindly request all of us to be upstanding and then stretch a bit, ladies and gentlemen. Just kama mnaweza toka kwa viti kidogo. Thank you. If you are next to maybe somebody who doesn't understand Swahili, you can help us translate to him that unaweza toka kwa viti kidogo. Kama mtu haelewi Kiswahili tafadhali unamwambia tu usimama kwa heshima tuweze kusimama hapo kando and then stretch a bit. You can stretch a bit, ladies and gentlemen. Just simple stretch a bit. Oh my God. Yes, stretch a bit, stretch a bit. Yeah, this is a free gym session, you remember. For only 5 minutes, stretch a bit, amazing. And tell your neighbor, give me some space. No, I need you to help me talk to your neighbor. Tell your neighbor, give me some space. Yes, give me some space. Tell your neighbor, give me some space. You know, in Africa, we love dancing, Cindy. And today, I want to take you on a journey, ladies and gentlemen. I know we have various people from South Africa all the way to Uganda, all the way, there's a representative, I think, and I hope so, from Nigeria, and then people from the north. Now, we want to journey together. Are you ready? Are you ready? No, I can't hear you well. Are you ready? Uko na nafasi yako vizuri? Kabisa. Now, anytime you're ready, tulisema ma ni wapi? You remember? Class in session, ma ni wapi? Mato was where? Mato was where? Very nice. So, Mato. Very good. We're going to do it very, very quick as we give people time to come in. Now, Mato. What walisomia polling station? One more time, Mato. Very good. Now, Mato. Sir, Mato is here. Are we okay? Now, one last time, Mato. Now mato mato. Mato. Mato mato. Yes, mato mato. Mato mato. Mato mato is one last time. Mato. Mato mato. Mato mato. Mato mato. Mato. Atukusema hapa. Okay, give your neighbor a high five, Mambia. Give me some space. We want just to do 5 minutes of dancing and then we will be out of your way. Thank you. Welcome your neighbor, Mambia. Welcome. It's good to see you for the second session. Kwa wale ambao wamekaa chini, naomba tafadhali kwa heshima tuweze kusimama. Kama uko pale nyuma tafadhali karibia hapa mbele, and that is so good. Now, we're going to start from South Africa, then go to East Africa, that is Uganda, then go to the West, which is Nigeria, and then we will finalize on the North of Africa, which is Egypt and all other sessions. So are you ready? No, I can't hear you. Are you ready? Now, let's go. DJ, now, nataka tusimama hivi kila mtu in a simple style. Twende kazi selector, one more time. Yes, I need you to keep it simple, ladies and gentlemen. Just swing a hand. 1, 2, 3. And then you give me some energy, ladies and gentlemen. Hey. Alafu unaenda hivi chini. Just copy and press. 1, 2, 3. Then come. Chini. Juu. Chini. Juu. Chini. Juu. Chini. Juu. Chini. Juu. Sama alafu tuende. 1, 2. 1, 2. Keep it simple, ladies and gentlemen. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. Keep it simple, ladies and gentlemen. Hey. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. We're gonna repeat the first one. 1, 1, 1, 2. Let's go. 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 One more time. Alafu rudi nyuma kidogo. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. No, I can't see you dancing, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go one more time. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1. This is free exercise, ladies and gentlemen. Alafu okota cheese. Let's go. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. Aya tunaangalia pale. Let's go. 1, 2, 3. Let's go. Let's go. I can't see you, ladies and gentlemen. One more time. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. One more time. Asante. Hey. Let's go. Let's go. Asante. Ya mwisho. Let's go. Corner. Corner. Now, Boda Boda is famous, ladies and gentlemen. 1, 2. Boda Boda is famous in Kenya. Let's go. Keep it simple. Let's go, everybody. 1, 2. Selector, when you are ready, let's go to Uganda. Let's go. Let's go. Are you ready? 1, 2. Everybody, weka mikono hivi. Wanna go to Uganda? Are there Ugandans in the building? Wanna go to Uganda? Are you ready? Are you ready? 1, 2, 3. Let's give me some energy. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And then you do it. The Uganda. Let's go. 1, 2. If you are not dancing, I'll nitakuleta hapa mbele. Let's go. 1. And then you got to my coffee drink. Let's go. Now I need you to clap with your neighbor. Let's go. You need to have a neighbor. Let's go. Ensure you have a neighbor. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Make sure kuna jirani. Let's go. Let's go. Aya, weka hizo mikono juu, weka hizo mikono juu. Let's go. Let's go. We are ready for Nigeria. Are you ready? Let's go. Let's go. Asante sana. One more time. Release it, selector. Let's go. Asante. Alafu weka mikono. Let's go. Asante. Aha. Thank you. One more time, everybody. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Unarudi nyuma kidogo. 1, 2, 3. Let's go. 1, 2, 3. Aha. 1, 2, 3. Aha. 1, 2, 3. Let's go. 1, 2, 3. Aha. 1, 2, 3. Aha. Majority of us are millennials. Unaweka miguu ya mbele. The right foot. 1, 2, 3. Let's go. Come on. 1, 2, 3. Everybody. One more time. 1, 2, 3. One more time. One more time. 1, 2, 3. Nisaidie na hizo makofi juu. Asante. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You can even start jumping a bit. Asante. Let's go. Let's go. Now, chini kwa chini. Chini kwa chini, chini kwa chini. Hey, chini kwa chini, chini kwa chini. No, I can't see you. Let's go down. Hey, chini kwa chini, chini kwa chini. Chini kwa chini, chini kwa chini. Alafu tuende. 1, 2, 3. Let's go. Let's go. Hey, now should we continue or should we continue not? Tuendele or we continue not? Amazing, amazing, amazing. Let's clap for Mark Marcel, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
I was at the exhibition. Wale wako exhibition tunaleta camera. Tafadhali tuwapelekee live camera. They're also dancing as they watch you.
Kabisa, kabisa. Tell your neighbor, I need you to have high five your neighbor, Mwambie, give me some space. Just we do one song. I want to teach you in every session. I want to teach you something new. All right? So tell your neighbor, give me some space. Ladies and gentlemen, we've done, thank you DJ, we've done South African, we've gone to the east, which is Uganda, we've gone to the west, which is Nigeria. We want to go to the north of Africa. All right, are you ready? Are you ready? Now each and every one of us has a light, all right, which is shining upon each and every one of us. So nataka ni kama unatengeneza bulb, yeah? Tunataka kuomba KPLC kazi kidogo tu ya kutengeneza bulb. But hii bulb utakuwa unaitengeneza na mikono mbili. You do 1, 2, 3 this side. 1, 2, 3. Tengeneza bulb. Asante. Asante. One more time. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Ukitengeneza bulb, unatengeneza bulb kama unaangalia bulb ya. Juu ukiangalia ya wengine itachome. So let's turudie tena, si ndio? Now tengeneza bulb yako. 1, 2, 3. Angalia bulb yako. 1, 2. Unaweka swag kidogo. 1, 2, 3. Asante. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And then na unaweka ile miguu ya mbele. Sasa ni ngumu kufanya bila muziki. Okay, tutafanya aje? Tutafanya hivi. Bas, this is it. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Very simple. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And then there's a part where you will be requested to shake your shoulders. Shaking your shoulders, you 1, 2, 3. You come back. 1, 2, 3. Only your shoulders, ladies and gentlemen. Shoulders only. Hapa ndo tutajua kama shoulders za watu zilipigwa msumari. So 1, 2, 3. One more time. 1, 2, 3. Free gym session lessons. Are you ready? Are you ready? We do it. Na naambiwa kuna watu exhibition pia. When time is ready, we will do it. Now, let us try it one more time. Select twende kazi. And then you need to stand. Tell your neighbor, give me some space. Don't dim my light. Give me some space. And then you give it swag. 1, 2, 3. Let's go for the bulb. 1, 2, 3. Everybody bulb. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. 1, 2, 3. One more time. Now put some swag, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go. One more time. One more time. 1 and 2, 3. Make sure you let Muto say dim yako. 1 and 2, 3. One more time. 1, 2, 3. Let's go. 1, 2, 3. This is the part where you step, ladies and gentlemen. 1, 2, 3. Let's go. 1, 2, 3. Clear DJ. No. We need to do it uniformly. Tell your neighbor we need to do it uniformly. Don't dim my light, all right? Now let's go one more time. Now tell your neighbor, give me some space. Don't dim my light. Fix your bulb. No, help me talk to your neighbor. Tell him, fix your bulb. Fix your bulb. Now you need get into position. Select hatuna muda sana twende kazi. Everybody, position. Kabisa, asante. Thank you. 1, 2, 3. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Fix your own bulb, ladies and gentlemen. 1, 2, 3. Let's go. One more time. 1 and 2, 3. Let's go. 1, 2, 3. One more time. One more time. 1, 2, 3. Are you ready? 1. This is the part unakanyaga mbele. 1, 2, 3. Let's go. Fix your bulb, ladies and gentlemen. 1, 2, 3. Hey. 1, 2, 3. Let's go. 1, 2, 3. One more time. 1. Hapa ni mali tunatumia twende. 1, 2, 3. Let's go. 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 No, shake your shoulders, ladies and gentlemen. 1, tukimalize, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Shikilia DJ. Tuendelee ama tusiendelee? Ladies and gentlemen, let's appreciate Mark Masai and appreciate yourself.
Oh, let's
Thank you.
appreciate Kipla, MC Kipla, and his brother from Legacy Sounds. Yes, tuwapigie makofi tafadhali. Asante sana MC Kipla for keeping us lively. I was a bit carried away. I was in the exhibition area dancing with the exhibitors who are also having fun because they can follow the discussions here as it continues through the screens that are there and the sound that is rooted there. So Kwenyu, let's say hi. Tunaweza wapea feed ya watu mkiwasalimia. Let's say hi to the people at the exhibition area. Yes, yes, yes. Don't feel alone. We're very much here with you. And thank you for joining us in the celebrations. Thanks to MC Kipla and the team from Legacy Sounds. They'll be back for sure, but let him catch his breath, and he'll be back shortly. So let's get into the next session. And for this, I'd like to call on the facilitator for it to come and be on standby, as we will be having the keynote by Dr. Hilda Manzi. But to call on the person who will be leading the conversation right after that is Dr. Beatrice Adoyo from Landscape Alliance, the moderator. If she's in the room, please, let's give her a hand as she comes up to the stage. She will be leading. Yes, she'll be leading the conversation from innovation to scale, advancing One Health solutions for resilient agroecological food systems, practical experiences from private sector innovations. Now, during this conversation, she'll be joined by Mr. Samuel Ndongo, a program manager, Kenya Organic Agriculture Network, KOAN. Pia kama ukisikia jina lako, tafadhali join us on stage. Bwana Samuel Ndongo, program manager, Kenya Organic Agriculture Network, KOAN. Please join us on stage, Bwana Samuel Ndongo. And also joining us for this conversation will be Dr. Jeffrey Ongoya, International Biocontrol Manufacturers Association, IBMA. Dr. Jeffrey Ongoya, International Biocontrol Manufacturers Association. Please join us up front as we continue with the keynote so that you just carry on with the conversation as soon as the context is set. And Miss Agnes Bene, pastoralist from Maasai Women Dairy Cooperative. Tafadhali join us here. Miss Agnes Bene, join us up front. If you hear your name, please. So Miss Agnes Bene, please join us up front. Dr. Jeffrey Ongoya and Mr. Samuel Ndongo, as well as David Karanja. David Karanja from the Organic Agriculture Center of Kenya, OAC. David Karanja, Organic Agriculture Center of Kenya. And to Bwana David Karanja, Bwana Samuel, if I have taken away your credentials as doctor, PhD, please add it as you introduce yourself to the conversation. And also for this conversation, joining them will be Engineer Solite Tutui, from the Ministry of Investment, Trade and Industries, who will be speaking to what policy and investment incentives is the government providing to stimulate entrepreneurship, strengthen green enterprises, and attract investment in agroecological value chains. Speaking to that in the whole context of this conversation that will be moderated by Dr. Beatrice Adoyo and preceded by Dr. Hilda Manzi from the World Resources Institute, who's going to give a keynote. Karibu, as I introduce you, the slow advantage, trading, short-term yield for soil and biodiversity gains in highland potato farming. Let's give her a hand as she comes up on stage, and Dr. Beatrice will carry on with the conversation for the panel. Karibu, Dr. Hilda.
Thank you so much. Is it good morning or good afternoon? Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much, Pelham Kenya, Minister of Agriculture and Livestock Development, for giving us this opportunity. We are glad to be here to make this wonderful presentation. As I stand here, I see a lot of familiar faces, and I'm glad. My name is Dr. Hilda Manzi, Director, Co-Principal, Geospatial Research International, a great partner of World Resource Institute, and we have been together for the last 1 year undertaking agroecology research. And this is birthed by the fact that we looked into Restore Local, a lot of tree planting, and said it needs to go beyond restoration of trees. We need to look at Restore for food. And here we are. One of the approaches we felt is the best to look into is agroecology. And we went in, co-created with the farmers to come up with what we are about to present. In the last presentation, one of the key things that was spoken about was the foundation of transformation. What is the foundation of transformation? For us, it was the co-creation. Lots of partners came together, but the most important partner that we had on board was the farmers. So without much ado, I'd like to get into that. What are the characteristics of good agroecological innovation? What is it that you should look for? What is it that matters? You know, most of the farmers that we worked with, we did a baseline survey. They said, yes, we do agroecology. And we asked them, what about the major value chains? They said, no, we don't do agroecology on the major value chains. Why? You know, that was the biggest question, you know. Restoration, they have food forests, they have kitchen gardens, they have wonderful things they're doing for their food, but not for the major value chains. And that became of interest to us. And we needed to discover why. And we went in to understand why we cannot have agroecology in Irish potato value chain, one of the major value chains in this country. Why not maize? Why not these other crops that feed the country? Yeah? And so the characteristics of a good agroecological innovation, it needs to fit the farmer's reality. Are we looking at the farmer's reality? Are we addressing the issues that the farmers have? Is it affordable? Is it accessible at scale? These are not farmers that are doing small scale. They are farmers that want to sell bags and bags of Irish potato. Is it existing within the farming system, or is it too new for them to adapt? What are the risks? Is it low? What are the climate buffers? What about pests and diseases? What about the market shocks if you're talking about implementing agroecology at scale? The other thing that we are looking at is what are the multiple benefits? Beyond a huge yield, beyond 30 bags, beyond selling bags and making money, what are the other benefits? Are they visible to the farmer, you know? Do they bring improved nutrition? These are some of the things we'll be able to look at in a short while. And finally, the thing that we are passionate about, regenerative and scalable. Is it improving the soils? Is it making a significant change? You know, what about water and biodiversity? And for us, this work went just beyond the farm. It went to the landscape. So we came on board and looked at 484 farmers. The numbers rose to 500 because farmers had a lot of interest. We picked 3 significant landscapes. And we are grateful to Nakuru County. You know, you need to clap for them. I think they're the only counties with an agroecology policy. They welcomed us into that county. We picked 3 landscapes and said, let's run with it. Let's see what can happen. And that's why I come with the title, Slow Advantage, Trading Short-Term Yields for Soil and Biodiversity Gains in Kenya Highlands Potato Farming. Potato is a heavy feeder. You know, we didn't select it. Actually, we would have preferred something else, let me be honest. I would have preferred maize. It's a bit easier, not many diseases and things like that. But the farmers said, we want you to try it on Irish potato. And we said, yes, let's move together. So we developed a training manual. Together with the farmers, we co-created an agroecology training manuals. We trained TOTs. And then we said, if the TOTs have been trained, Let them go out and train the farmers. And at the end of the day, 108 farmers said, we want to try this. And who are the great partners? You cannot achieve success. You cannot have progress without partners. You cannot do this alone. And who are these great partners? Geospatial Research International, we were behind the research, we were collecting the data and ensuring everything is going on well. But the most important stakeholders we had on board were the seed saver networks. I believe you know the Seed Savers Network. They gave us some of their farmers. We have Slow Food Kenya. They gave us their farmers in Mariashoni. We have the Greenbelt Movement. They gave us their farmers in Mount Narok. And we have Safi Organics, some of the companies that said, we will give you bio inputs to try. And we have Safi Organics, we have Insect Pro, we have Regen Organics, and for the biopesticides, we have Copat Limited. And Dr. Geoffrey Ongoya is here. They said, let's try this, because if we can try it with the farmers, then it is possible to go scale, you know? Because at the end of the day, the farmers will ask you, I get my fertilizers from this and this place. Where will I get these biofertilizers? Where will I get this biopesticide? For me, farming is a business, you know? I have my kitchen garden where I do everything. This, I'm looking at it from a commercial point of view. And you look at that photo, you can appreciate that's an agroecology, Irish potato. You can see something. And you can see that slide, it says, wrong question. Does agroecology beat conventional farming this season? We only did it for one season. We started last year in August with the trainings of TOTs. We missed a season because of planning. You know, we wanted to do it in November, and then we pushed it to around February, delayed, started in March, and we were able to do it. One season. So in one season, let's ask ourselves, can agroecology beat conventional farming? What's your answer? Nope. Interesting. But the thing that I want to tell you is a single season measures the harvest, but it cannot measure what the soil is becoming. It cannot measure the multiple benefits, yeah? So there were two plots. It was a plant comparison. It was farmers saying, I will do my agroecology here, and I will do my business as usual. The way I do farming of Irish potato, I will do the comparisons. And that is what we embarked on. So we ensured that there were bio inputs for the farmers, and we say the farmers, don't change your system of farming. Let's do it the way you do it. And we did not collect the data alone. We collected with the farmers. We had agripreneurs working with us from down there. We had ward officers from the ministry, from the county government, working with us to collect that data together with the farmers. Because at the end of the day, you must have a forum and ask the farmer, does the data represent what we researched together? And we had that forum recently, actually last week. Yes? Oh, it's not moving. Next slide, please. Yes, that's the correct slide. Yeah, two plots, one farmer, planting side by side with the biofertilizers, the business as usual. And the photo in the middle, I ask you, can you tell the difference? Can you see any significant difference between those two harvests? What do you see? Do you see different grades? Do you see charts? Do you see warehouse potatoes? What do you see? I will not give you the answer, but the farmers who are here, they will tell you the difference. So, the next slide. A divergence and not a defeat. So we have not been defeated as agroecologist enthusiasts. Why? Because where agroecology leads and where it lags, it falls on two different timescales. So I've used one graph because I didn't want to have so many graphs on a scale of 0 to 35. Most of that stuff could fit. And you can see in terms of yield, yes, we may have been beaten. But one of the things that I want to explain to you as we began this journey, we didn't have the foliars, we didn't have the top dressing fertilizers. It was a season for us to learn. But at least we had an input that we started with, you know. And the farmers kept speaking to us, you know. Tubers per plant, we almost equaled, you know. So it tells you there's a possibility to make that crop look vigorous, you know. Mean tuber weight, you know, look at plant height. Look at soil pH. We did a whole comprehensive soil assessment of the area, and most of the soils are tannic acidic. We all understand why soils become acidic, you know. Soil, natural enemies. We had places where we were doing agroecology, the natural enemies coming back. Not that they had disappeared, because you look at Nakuru County, you look at Mount Narok, Mariashoni, the forest ecosystem has the natural enemies. So when the spraying is not being done, they will still find their way back into these farms. So what is interesting is that we are not defeated. It's a first step towards greater things. We could see a lot of vigor in the crop. And one of the interesting things I'd like to tell you, this season, we had the worst potato blight. And we were both beaten fair and square, you know? We learned from it. The farmers told us, don't be discouraged. We are learning together. So what is it that we learned? You look at those two photos, those are two different crops. One is an agroecology with an intercrop of beans. The other one is purely the business as usual. Can you tell any difference? They look the same, isn't it? Yeah? So what's building underneath? For us, that is what is important. Because when you look at Restore for Food, it's One Health. Are we making sure the pH of the soil is moving towards what is favorable? Can we sustain it in the long run? When you look at biodiversity, are we able to change and bring back the natural enemies that we are killing with herbicides? That is what we are looking for. Are we bringing resilience? If we all seated in this room, we understand what resilience is all about. We are asking ourselves, lower input dependence and allow healthy soils to buffer the farm against price and climate shocks. Because whenever the prices of inputs go high, that affects the farmer. Whenever we have issues with rainfall, it affects the farmer. Can we use the soil to buffer better production? And I'll tell you an interesting story. A woman in part of that farmers that we were together stood up and said, you know, I lost my Irish potato to potato blight. But you know, I have beans. I have something to look up to. I didn't know they could grow together because we do monocropping. A lesson for us to learn. So, what are we saying? Farmers can already see. They can see it. They want another season. But there's an honest tension. Is bio-input accessibility a risk? Are they likely to go back to their business as usual because we are not able to get the bio-inputs they need? They need to do this in 2 acres. Most of us seated here, if you're a Kenyan, you know the sizes of farms down in Mount Narok, Mariashoni. They're big farms. They do serious potato production. Are we able to provide at scale? Are we able to allow them move to that level? You know? These are farmers that already have farm forests. I told you they have kitchen gardens. They want to see themselves do it for their commercial crop, do it for their major value chains. Is there a problem? Are we likely to have a bio-input accessibility? And this is a question the team seated here that will be coming in next is a question that we should ask them. So adoption depends on making what is invisible visible. A lot of farmers, when they came on board, they told me, I don't think this is possible. But because you want to do it, we'll support you, you know? They kept saying, mtafiti wetu mkuu, where are you? You know, when the potato blight is burning, where are you? So, what are the farmers already saying? The agroecology potatoes at several grades. One of the things that I learned from the farmers, I don't come from a potato growing region. I learned that when they use a lot of this foliar, they have the big potato size, and they love it. It's good for the market. It makes good money. But unfortunately, they may not get any seed potato out of that, yeah? They said the potato is clean. I asked how. They said when you look at the potatoes they grew under agroecology, it was clean. The soil was not attaching onto the potato. I asked why. They told me they also don't know, but they like it, you know? They said the potato was disease-free. Most of these regions have the highest infestation of bacterial wilt. In fact, we had a Gen Z farmer, and because most of them may not be able to understand some of the diseases, she said, you see, when I harvest my potatoes, a whole line would have potatoes oozing some substance. But these ones are clean. Why are they clean? Because something was done to them to prevent that issue. Where can I find the bio-input? Where can I find these bio-inputs, you know? You look at that photo, those are agroecology potatoes. A slow advantage is only an advantage if farmers stay the course. And they have said they are willing to try this another season. And you know, we asked them, Are you willing to even contribute a bit to the bio inputs? And they said, yes. If you buy this, I will be able to add on top and have the foliar. Tell me where to buy this stuff. That is the most interesting thing for us. And as we finalize, the take home for all of us who are passionate about agroecology is rethink the metric. Judge the transition by the portfolio it builds and not one harvest. It's not that one harvest that makes a lot of money, it's the portfolio you're building by changing the system and making it sustainable. You know? Frame extension around cost, risk, and soils. A bag of biofertilizers, for those that have interacted with those products, it's around Kenya shillings 2,500. How much is a bag of some of the mineral fertilizers? I'll keep quiet. But I'll say this. Is it important as the government subsidizes the mineral fertilizers to subsidize the organic fertilizers? Because we need an equal playing ground if we have to succeed for One Health, you know? Another thing, make gains legible to farmers early. Farmers need to see it early. And the best thing, and I thank God for, is we went into a bad season. It was a potato blight season. We learned so much. The farmers told us we should have started planting in February. We would have been able to have the potato blight affecting the crop at flowering. It would not have been so bad. You know, there's so many things we learned with the farmers. Pair agronomy with quality markets. Now that they have a clean potato, imagine even us, they refused to sell to us. We just wanted a few kilos. And they said, no, we are not selling. We are keeping it for the next season. We are not going to sell it to you. This is the first season we have a very clean potato because we also got them some clean seed. They said, we are not selling. We begged, and they said, we are not selling. I told them, I just want to enjoy some organic potatoes. And they said, no, we are not selling. Come next season. So I'm looking forward to the next season. And finally, good innovation is that which is accessible to the user. The user could be the youth, the woman, and we had all these characteristics of farmers. We had the highest number of women in this project. There were 75% of the total, interestingly. There were a few youth. We had a lot of challenges with youth. The challenges that have been spoken here, they were given farms, and they were given the worst portions of the farms, and when they were in the middle of it, when it started looking good, they were said, no, get off my farm. Those challenges, we faced them head on, you know? So for me, a good innovation is that which is accessible, affordable, low risk, clear benefits, regenerative, and scalable. Is it possible to do agroecology in our major value chain? There was a young woman there who asked that question. Is it possible to have agroecology with economic benefits? I hope I've answered your question. Yes, it is possible. It's scalable. A lot of organizations are being funded for bio inputs. And a lot of these organizations, I told them, even when we work together, you need to be visible. Farmers need to know where they can get this product. Farmers need to know we need to go beyond kitchen garden. And yes, we have started the journey. We're not giving up. Indeed, Dr. James is here. We are doing another season and another season. We said, let's do 3 seasons and then sit back with the farmers and discuss and ask them, you are part of this research. It is not research that we did somewhere and came to present the results. You did the research yourselves. What is it that you're looking forward to the future? And I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Dr. Susan Chomba, Dr. Robert Mbeche of WRI. They have done an amazing job by supporting this project. And finally, slow advantage compounds for those who wait for it. Are we willing to be patient or we want instant? You know, the youth, they say they want that which brings very fast benefits. Are we willing to be patient? Are we willing to compound the benefits? Because I tell you, if we use bio inputs in our farms for these major value chains, I'm seeing us in the future reduce the amount of inputs we take to those farms. Those farms were good forest. And for 10, 15 years, they kept degrading. And now we are saying, can we go back to where we started? Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. I think she deserves a better clap. Thank you so much, Dr. for that. Yes. So allow me to kick off this session with a question. 3 weeks ago, we attended the Sirawa conference in Accra, and one farmer asked us this question, and I want you to answer it to your neighbor. After shining with very compelling scientific and technical evidences, he asked, can you give us one tangible evidence that you believe in what you're telling us? Please respond to your neighbor. One tangible evidence that you believe in what you are telling us about agroecology. I'm giving you 1 second. Tell your neighbor. Thank you so much. I can see most of us are blank, and you don't believe this question could land to you. All right. So since yesterday, we've been having very bold and compelling discussions, recommendations, calls for actions, and even discussions over here on the need to transition our food towards agroecology. However, the very sad reality is that this can only be substantiated if we implement practical, innovative practices that are systematically addressing complex food systems. Okay? And so today we are very happy to present to you our panelists and the innovation session in this 3rd National Agroecology Symposium. It is a very interesting session because we started off with the keynote speaker. We'll then go to our panel discussion, and we are going to wind it up with a very interesting session. Now, we sent out a call for innovation, and we received a total of 25 innovative ideas that people are actually implementing, showing that they believe in what they are doing. This was subjected to a multi-charge evaluation, and we came up with top 5 finalists who are going to pitch. Each of them is going to have 5 minutes to pitch their innovations here, and you as a participant, you're going to have a very rare opportunity of voting and deciding on the People's Choice Innovation Award winner. We will be coming up with 3 winners who will be recognized in a special way at the end of the symposium. So after the panel discussion, the 5 top finalists will come here in this order. We'll start with avocado upcycling, followed by Zero Loop Living Lab platform. Then we'll have the circular energy solution, Agroeco AI, and Shambabot One Health Hub, in that order. Just so that I do not confuse Otieno for Atieno, and I don't forget about your credential, please take 1 minute to introduce yourself, tell us your name and where you come from. 30 seconds each. Thank you.
Mr. Tia. Thank you. My name is Samuel Dongo, working with the Kenya Organic Agriculture Network as a programs manager. It's a pleasure to be here.
Good afternoon. My name is Geoffrey Ongoya. I'm from IBMA Kenya. IBMA is a body that brings together people that manufacture and distribute biocontrol inputs, which are critical for agroecology. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My names are Agnes Bene. I come from Kajiado County. I'm the chairperson for Maasai Women Dairy Cooperative. It is a pure-led, women-led cooperative in Kajiado County doing dairy farming. Yeah, dairy farming.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is David Karanja, working at the Organic Agriculture Center of Kenya. We are a public benefit organization based in Muranga, and we work with smallholder farmers where we share with them the knowledge on agroecology, as also supporting the adoption of bioinputs. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Solite. I'm from the State Department for Industry. In our State Department, our mandate is to promote industrialization within Kenya, and part of that industrialization is to do with agriculture.
Thank you so much. Welcome to the panel, and thank you very much for making time to be here today. Allow me to start with Samuel Ndungu from OAK. Samuel, you have been working with the innovators. You have been really supporting enterprise development, okay? Since yesterday, we've been talking about upscaling, scaling, and scaling. What is scaling? And what does it take for us to scale agroecological interventions?
Thank you. I am from Kwan, as I said. And scaling, I think, to me is, how do we make these innovations or technologies to reach all over the country, to reach all the, for example, if you talk about organic inputs, how do we ensure that organic inputs are reaching all the farmers in the country? The way that we have been saying is that farmers have not been able to access inputs. I think our keynote speaker also alluded to that. The inputs may be there. We may be having a few organic input manufacturers or distributors, but they don't have systems that can enable the inputs to reach to the rural farmers who deserve these inputs. So if we can have some investments in ensuring that these inputs are reaching these farmers, that technologies are reaching these farmers, I think we can be able to ensure that now that upscaling is achieved. For sure, we have a clear demand for organic products. Our studies that we have been doing as Kwan is showing that the organic sector currently is about 1 billion Kenya shillings valued, and it's continued to grow. There has been quite a lot of efforts from both non-state actors and state actors to promote agroecology practices. But we also know that there are challenges that we have in the, with our soils. We have a lot of insect pests. Like for example, most of our soils are deficient in phosphorus and nitrogen. In the fertilizer summit that we had, we learned that about 80% of our soils are phosphorus deficit. So clearly we need inputs, to reach our farmers so that we can develop or grow the organic or productivity of organic products so that we can match the growing demand. But of course, we have challenges that we are facing or the sector is facing. For example, if you tell a farmer to buy organic input, he or she will tell you, it's too expensive. Price is an issue. How can we make organic inputs affordable to farmers? And this is a challenge because they compare the organic and conventional inputs. And of course, we know that as we had here that they are quick action. The conventional are quick action. Organic probably is slow. It needs higher application rates. And sometimes this information does not reach farmers. So, for example, you find that farmers try to mimic conventional inputs when they are applying organic inputs. And sometimes it doesn't work. Maybe the organic input is good, it's high quality, is efficient, but because the application rate is not the appropriate one, then a farmer will have challenges. So this information about the application rates, information about products need actually to reach farmers. And these are information that we actually need to ensure that it reaches end users as farmers so that upscaling can happen. The other issue, of course, there are a few issues about quality. We recognize that there are organizations or companies that are making efforts to make organic inputs. But more often we get some of these inputs, the quality is a bit low, they are not consistent in quality, and we need to put more effort in research and development so that we develop high quality inputs. Sometimes I think if we can be able to have, like we have in conventional, fertilizers which are tailored to specific crops, probably that can benefit more farmers. Of course, we have issues like standardization which comes in. Last year we had government announcing that they would like to put across or include organic fertilizers in the subsidy program. But the conditions that were given were not favoring the organic input manufacturers. You know, a board of 100 million, you know, very few companies can afford this, because the organic input making companies, they are small companies. So I think they need to be nurtured so that some of these conditionalities that are being put, even where government has agreed to integrate subsidies program for organic inputs, so that they can be able to compete effectively, you know, so that they can get these status and inputs can reach the farmers. So we need that affirmative action to come in so that, you know, the upscaling that we are talking about can be achieved. Also, you know, realize that we also have some gaps in standardization of some inputs. We already have organic fertilizer standards, you know, bio-input standards. But even some of these standards that we have, you know, we realize that this year, for example, very few companies can be able to achieve the moisture content of organic fertilizer that is in the KEBS standard. You know, something simple like that. So I think we need to review some of these standards so that, you know, manufacturers can be able to get KEBS mark and be able to sell their products, and also be able to make some of these fertilizers. And you know, also when we were reviewing these organic fertilizer standards, we realized that some of the heavy metals that you know, put in the standard, some of the manufacturers cannot be able to meet. For example, cadmium, because some of these minerals that organic manufacturers, fertilizer manufacturers are using, they already have these minerals in them, and therefore this limits the ability for these fertilizers to achieve the standard parameters that are set by KEBS. So I think it is a mix of policy, the actions that the different actors in the value chains of organic inputs are putting in terms of promoting, creating awareness, creating also infrastructure for distribution of these inputs, so that we can have this upscaling being achieved for the organic inputs. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's an Index 1 student. He has gone ahead and told us about the challenges and even how to address them. Allow me now to move to Dr. Geoffrey. Geoffrey, you work with International Biocontrol Manufacturers Association, that is IBMA, and majorly you deal with biological pest management, okay? Now, we all believe that biological pest management is a safer alternative to the many other alternatives that we have, options that we have. However, the reality is that its uptake or adoption or use by farmers is usually to a very limited extent. So where is the rain beating us?
So thank you. From where we are as in industry, first I would want to say that biocontrol is, in this part of the world, is something that is not really widely known. Most of our farmers do not really understand when you talk about biocontrol. And as industry, we've been trying to make that change so that we can move to ways in which you can produce using things that are from nature, because that's what essentially biocontrol is, so that you can be able to make the plants grow, have their nutrition, but also be able to manage the pests and diseases using what you can get within the environment. Now, when we look at, as industry, what we've been able to achieve in terms of usage or people adopting biocontrol, the driver is mostly the consumer, because the consumer demands are the ones that make the farmer produce a product in the way they produce. So largely, for example, in Kenya, you'll find that most of the clients that we are dealing with, or people that we are serving, they are the exporters. And it's because the export market has been structured in such a way that the consumer dictates the type of produce that they want. When we come back home, we have some markets, like now the organic market, which Samuel is having. They have some demands about how their produce is meant to be taken through by the farmer. And that informs what the farmer uses on the farms. So you'll find that a large people that are adopting bio-inputs are being driven by the consumer. So in this room, if we all decide that we're going to ask for products that are agroecologically produced, you'll see that the farmer will follow what the consumer will say. And that is what I think we need to work on, so that the consumers demand the produce that is produced in a way that is agroecological, and then we'll get that. Now, the second thing about maybe when we say the keynote speaker was asking, is it a risk to rely on bio-inputs because are they available? Of course, we have the regulators that also come in. They need to make sure that the products are safe. They need to standardize, and they also make sure that the quality is up to standard. So they have regulations that we need to work on. And sometimes, because of the technology being new, we have a gap in terms of the knowledge and also the technical capacity of these institutions to be able to approve these products as fast as we would want. So you find that an innovator will come up with a biocontrol or a bio-input, but because of the issues with the standardization, certification, and registration, they get stuck. But we are making a lot of progress in that space, working with the policymakers and also the institutions that are carrying out certification, such that we get solutions, because all of us, regulators, consumers, and input suppliers, we believe that we all want, at the end of the day, to have safe food on the table. And these are the things that are going to drive us. So with co-creation and speaking together, I think we can be able to bring all these products to the Kenyan market. So we are not badly off.
Thank you so much. So when you go for lunch, try to assess the proportion of agroecological food that you'll be consuming. It starts from us. Okay. So Agnes, when mgeni mheshimiwa, I'll come back to you. Allow me to move to Mr. David Karanja from Corn. Now, we all believe and we all have the confidence that organic inputs are providing us a promising transition pathway. And if we can be able to hack this one, then I think we'll be around 50 to 60% towards our transition pathway. However, if you look at the people who are maybe utilizing organic inputs faithfully, you'll find that the proportion is a bit low. And even for the people who are utilizing it, majority of them tend to supplement it with the other external inputs. I would like you to share with us, I know most of these have already been presented by Samuel, but what are the market and the regulatory barriers? What reforms do we need to have in place for us to ensure that we are actually transitioning towards agroecology and we are enhancing the uptake and the utilization of organic inputs?
Okay, thank you for that question. And yeah, I know my friend Samuel has highlighted some of these issues. But the uptake of inputs, according to my experience, I've come to realize that you need a lot of training and awareness. You find it's not everybody who just gets into your shop or to your outlet and ask for a product that he has never encountered or she has never encountered. So mostly are the people that are informed, like people who are in this room. They are aware about agroecology, they are aware about something like biochar. So those are the people that really come to your and buy your input. So we have seen that most of the inputs are used by people who have maybe knowledge or have interacted, maybe in a seminar or in a symposium like this one. So more of awareness is needed to make this input get adopted by so many people. And also another issue is like, I can give an example, like for us as an organization, we have a bio-input that is addressing the issue of worms in animals. And we wanted that product to be certified. But KEBS, they don't deal with animal. So that's our first challenge. When you go to PCPB, they don't deal with animal product. They only deal with pesticides. So you find that as much as we try to push our bio input to get into the market, sometimes also the challenges of certification come in. And like last week, I attended a meeting with some farmers, and the whole discussion was about antibiotics in milks. And the whole cooperative were discussing on now where do we take this milk? It has been detected with antibiotic, so it cannot get to the market. And it was like around 10,000 liters. So you can see when I was invited to that meeting, yeah, there's a lot of presence of antibiotics in milk. For us as an organization, we have a very good solution. We have a product that you don't have even to withdraw your milk for maybe 72 hours or 3 days. But because of maybe certification, you cannot shout everywhere that you have this product that can be really be helpful to the farming community, especially for those who are in the daily value chain. So that's also an issue. Another issue is like I've come to see that now even for the users, like people who are using our bio input, especially farmers and even the people who are maybe selling to the farmers, the end user now, the consumer or the person who will use the product, sometimes they get confidence because like what we have just seen here, the potatoes that have, the Irish potatoes that has been grown through agroecology, even the farmer themselves, they're not even selling to the person who was behind the whole process. Why? Because they know this is a good product. Before even I think about you, let me first of all think about myself, and for you maybe it'll come next season. And we have seen those stories in our community. And that's a very good indication that when you have this confidence from now the end users of our bio input, at the end that we are going to expand on our markets, because now the word of mouth is also becoming very powerful, that come and taste my potatoes that we have done through agroecology. Another issue that we need for the uptake of the bio input by the end users, we have a lot of research that has been done by research institution, but you find that after maybe 2 or 3 years of the research finding, or 5 years, those research findings are shelved somewhere. They don't reach to the end users. A good example, maybe some years back, there was a big research that was done by then Curry, now this is Caro, on the use of Tithonia as a soil improvement plant. And that research came out very strongly, and for those who interacted with us research, even today they are using a lot of Tithonia, especially when they are doing the composting. So you can see that research was done, and it was allowed to get into the farmers' field. And since then, I think in every village where agroecology is being practiced, you'll hear people mentioning the Tithonia is very good for biofoliar, Tithonia is very good for composting. But we have some other research that has been done, and they're still lying somewhere. So if this information can get to the end users, I think also it can also improve on the uptake, because you get to know, like for us now, everybody asks, you have this fertilizer, what is in it? You say we have some biochar in it, we have some cow urine. Okay, what are the percentage in terms of nutrient? No, we have this 2%. 2%, and I need, and my NPK is 17 plus nitrogen. But if we have more research, we are going to come up with materials or biomass that can provide this nutrient, so that we can be able to convince the end users of our bio input that you don't have to worry about N, you don't have to worry about P or any other element. So in a nutshell, that we are seeing that for it to be adopted, a lot is needed. Although we are not bad off, but I can say we are not where we want to be. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So Agnes, I'm back to you. I was still practicing my Luo Swahili. So, ushirika wenu wa kina mama uko Kajiado, si ndio? Umeonyesha kwamba kina mama wana uwezekano mkubwa zaidi wa kuleta ubunifu katika jamii ya ufugaji, si ndio? Sasa ningependa ushare na sisi, je, ni ubunifu gani? I gave a disclaimer, Luo Swahili. ningependa kuuliza, je, ni ubunifu gani wa kilimo hai, yani agroecology, ambayo umeimarisha zaidi maisha ya watu katika eneo la Kajiado? Ni ubunifu kama gani?
Okay, thank you. Naweza tu soma kidogo. So, as Masai Women Cooperative, it is a movement. Completely we change the local dairy farming by combining ancient pastoral knowledge with modern agroecology farming that works with nature. Instead, we rely on open grass farming, but then these women now we use sustainable practices to boost our milk, improve community income and protect the environment. Number one, so it is a farmer-led innovation transforming dairy pasture for and further conservation. So now instead of migrating our livestock, women plant drought-resistant grasses like boma rods, Masai love, roads, sugar grains, and we harvest and then we store so that we give to our cattle in time of drought. So number one, we teach them how they can plan a kitchen garden, kales, spinach, even onions, instead of going to the market. So hizo mipango ambayo tumezipanga wamama wafanye, wamama siku hizi hawahamishi ng'ombe, wanabaki na ng'ombe yao kwa sababu wanaweza kata nyasi ile tu natural, ile ambayo wamepanda, na wanaweza store, wanaweka kwa store zao, natural stores, na wanaipea ng'ombe. Na wanajua kwamba hizo ng'ombe hazihami tena, ama zile mingi zikihama, kuna zile chache zinabaki. So, innovations ambayo tuliwafundisha, especially us, tuko kwa upande wa dairy. Tunawafundisha kwamba kiangazi ikikuja, ujue tu maziwa sisi tunataka kwa dairy. Tunajua kwamba ng'ombe yetu sitahama, lakini ubaki na ng'ombe yako 2. Na hiyo ng'ombe yako 2, mzee amekubaliana na wewe kwamba uko na nyasi pale kwa store ambayo inaweza pea hiyo ng'ombe wakati wa kiangazi. Then kitchen garden, tumewafundisha kwamba hiyo mboga yako kidogo na ile maji yako kidogo itakutosha na uta jamii yako kupata chakula ya familia. Then tunawafundisha kwamba lazima tukue na maziwa, na hiyo maziwa ni ya kupeleka kwa soko, inakupea pesa. Na already as a cooperative tuko na soko yetu ambayo wamama wetu watapeleka maziwa kila siku na wajipatie pesa. Then tumewafundisha mambo na table banking, VSLA groups ambayo wanajifanyia saving kupitia hiyo pesa ya maziwa, na wanaweza jipatia loans ambaye wanalipa school fees, nayo wanajenga manyumba yao, wanapata maji. So kupitia matangi ya kununua kupitia hizo loans, wanapata tangi ya maji, wanajenga manyumba zao. So hiyo bado ni innovation ambayo inafanyika na inawa sustain wakiendelea na kazi ya community.
Asante sana. Bado hujamaliza?
Yeah. So ingine kwa hizi VSLA tumewafundisha ya kwamba tunaweza fanya vitu vingi ambaye inawasaidia kwa sustain. Biashara inafanyika kwa kila upande. Si maziwa tu peke yake, hata wakati wa kiangazi ng'ombe zikianda kabisa, wamama tumewafundisha venye watafanya poultry, na mambo na beekeeping. So wamekuwa kwa vikundi ambayo wanaweza jiuzia kuku, wamelea kuku na hata wanazilea na tena wanaziuza, wakinunua wanabadilisha ikue mbuzi, kwa sababu kwa kimila yetu hiyo ni new, yani hiyo ni soko ambaye ama ni farming ambaye ni geni kwa our culture, lakini tumewafunza kabisa, wanajua sasa kulisha kuku, wanapata mayai ili watoto wao wapate protein, and then wanabadilisha tena inaenda kwa mbuzi, ndio tena wapate faida zaidi. Tena tumewafundisha mambo ya beekeeping. Beekeeping imewasaidia sana kwa sababu ni kitu inawezekana kwa community na wako na mali ya kuweka. So vikundi mingi wameanza kuweka nyuki ama wameanza kuvuna asali, na hata sasa tuko naye kwa soko, tunauza kwa soko, tunapeleka kwa soko. So at least kwa mambo ya ukulima,
unaweza tuambia ya mwisho?
Yeah, mambo ya ukulima tumefurahi sana kwa sababu wamama wamekuwa owners ama wameown mambo ya farming. Wanakuza chakula kwa mashamba, especially wakati wa mvua. Wakati kuna mvua, rain season, tunafuga, tunapanda maragwe na mahindi, na wanafuna wakijua kwamba ni chakula ya jamii, na wanaweza uza kwa soko, na wamekuwa ni watu ambaye wameown hata land, na wameanza kuwa wanaweza jinunulia katika hiyo mapato yao, wanaweza kujinunulia hata mpaka tumewafundisha kwamba wanaweza pata hata sasa tunaenda kwa zero grazing ili tuweze kujinunulia ng'ombe moja ya grade, kwa sababu tumewafunza ya kwamba wanaweza fanya foda, wamejiwekea foda na anaweza lisha hiyo ng'ombe yake moja ili aweze kulisha jamii yake na aweze kuwa na pesa throughout. So but kwa haya machache, na ninafurahi sana, na naweza sema nashukuru sana Pelam, najiona hapa kwa sababu ya hiyo kufanya innovation. Tumeweza kufanya value addition as Masai, tunafurahi tuko na Masai Fresh kwa soko, na inatokana tumeweza kukuza kupitia maziwa ya wamama kama Masai Cooperative. So sasa tuko na Masai Fresh kwa soko ambaye ni yogurt, na hata iko lala ambaye ni natural, na tuko na pasteurized milk, na ni kwa sababu ya kujua ya kwamba wamama wameown agriculture. Tena sitasahau kushukuru sana Pelam kwa sababu tumeweza kuwa kwa hii agroecology ili tukauza maziwa yetu kwa hii symposium. Second symposium tulikuwa tukiuza maziwa hata leo, na tunashukuru sana, bila kusahau wa partner WeFect ambayo wametufunza mambo na hiyo capacity building, na hata kuweza kuwa na hizo VSLA. Mpaka sasa tuko na 70 groups ambayo wako very active. So kwa haya machache nasema asante.
Asante sana. Let's clap for her. Thank you very much, na muendelee vivyo hivyo. Next time please don't take me through the pain of revising Swahili again. Now let us now go to Solilei Tutui. I hope I pronounced it well. Tutai.
Solitei Tutui.
Tutui. Thank you so much. So, beyond policy environments, we really need investments to be able to scale agroecology. So what is the government doing? Tangible actions that the government is taking to ensure that it attracts investments in the agroecology space.
Okay, let me start with a program within our State Department, which is the County Aggregation and Industrial Parks. It is a joint initiative between the national government and the county governments. It is a program in which it provides farmers a place to aggregate their agricultural products where they can be value added and sold. Now, it is not necessarily agroecological on its own, but as a whole, the State Department promotes sustainable industrialization. And sustainable industrialization needs to occur in a just transition. That is, we cannot leave behind those who are not using agroecological means currently, but also to include those who are not. So the aggregation parks are to serve all of them, but of course we would encourage more sustainable industrialization such that we can get more sustainable solutions. Another solution that for increasing innovation is that the government also provides concessional financing. For example, the Hustler Fund. The Hustler Fund was introduced to give credit to those who are unable to qualify for the traditional financial institutions. It is much more affordable credit than other digital lenders, and it has been used extensively. I believe it was used to about 90 billion recently, and it is a good tool for MSMEs to get the financing they need to be able to practice agroecology. On top of that, we also, as a government, seek development partners' support in increasing our agroecological investment. So we seek support from like-minded partners such as the European Union, who champion initiatives such as agroecology, because it's part of the Sustainable Development Initiative that they also promote.
Thank you so much for keeping time. I think I'll give the MC 1 minute for Q&A session. Kindly requesting that we limit it to a maximum of 3 so that we go to the next session on innovations.
That's very much in order. There's one question here. Any other hand so that we can get a mic? Another one there and another one there. We have 3. So kuna nyingine kule tafadhali. Kuna mtu ako kule kwa kona next to the exit sign, and then there's a lady I believe here katikati. So utaenda kwa yule alafu mimi nitaenda kule.
Hello everyone. My name is Jack Juma. I'm a consultant on organic, especially on standards and certification. I think my question or my concern on input is a very delicate area in agroecology, because the whole system of agroecology should be about building systems and not relying on external input. I know it's becoming a business model where we are going more to substitutions, and I think that should not be the main first entry point. We should actually tell farmers that they should build their soil systems so that we rely less on the external input. Currently, there are a lot of trade going on and importation of bio-inputs, and it's becoming like it's a substitution for the real practices that agroecology stand for. Agroecology should be about building those systems. That should be the entry. The input should be the last option when other systems are not working or where there is acute deficiencies. And in organic, I think there are even very prescribed standards when they should be used and even how much can be used. I think that should be taken into consideration as we discuss input issues in agroecology. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that.
Thank you very much. I'm Kotuto George of Maseno University, partnering with BioG. First, allow me to speak to Dr. Manze Hilda. I hope I got it right. We are also undertaking farmer-led research, and we have results that we are going to present in the side event this afternoon. So I invite you to come, I think it's Mara, so that we can see what the research. We have taken it over a period of 5 years, and you can see the progression from where you start and how the soils build up and the response of the plants to continue the use of organic fertilizers and agroecological practices. Allow me also to make one simple comment. The issue of the nutrients levels in the organic fertilizers is of concern. However, as scientists, there are more benefits. There was the issue of the pH that had just increased in Hilda's presentation by 1. When the pH rises towards neutral, particularly coming from acidic conditions, there is increased availability of other nutrients. So you get more other benefits that come with organic fertilizers other than the actual nutrients supplied in it. Otherwise, I invite you for the side event so that we can engage and discuss. Thank you.
Sante. Finally with Alice Kimuta.
Thank you very much. My name is Alice Kemuto from Consumer Grassroots Association, where we're intentional on encouraging and sensitizing consumers to demand for safe and sustainable foods through agroecology. I want to speak to the input providers. And last year, yes, the government rolled out a call for bio-input providers. And it's so unfortunate that we, after even making noise for a very long time to ensure that we have the bio-inputs, we were not able to get one that will qualify, meet the requirements to get the bio-inputs to the market. So the government was intentional. The government set aside that call for the bio-input providers. So what can we do to ensure that that happens so that we can get enough bio-inputs in the market for those consumers and smallholder farmers that may want to access? Because we are talking of accessibility, but they can't get if it's not there in the market. I may want to know that. And if there's a way you can come together instead of OCA working separately from IBMA, if you could come together and ensure that we meet the threshold. Secondly, I would want to give feedback to now you become my friend from the government, because government is a friend. Please take this feedback back. Hustler Fund is not working. It's not helping the people because of the conditions. And if it can be tailored better, we can speak to government if government is willing to listen to make it more accessible, and it will benefit people more instead of looking at the profit, so to speak. And the amount of money that they deduct when you go for that fund, they deduct to keep. Also, we may want to speak to it more so that we get to understand this need to be transparent, but also the framework, it's not really working. So take that feedback to government.
So thank you so much. The first one was a recommendation. The second one was majorly an invitation to a side event. So and the third one was a feedback. So there's only one question on accessibility on input that I'm going to direct to David Karanja and Geoffrey. Please take a minute if possible.
Okay, thank you. So maybe I first want to get back to my friend Juma on the issue of building system on agroecology. And yeah, that's very, very important. As an organization, we have been trying to do as much as we can. Even before we talk about the inputs, the ready-to-use inputs, we first of all train, empower the community. But we have come also to realize that we are dealing with an aging population. Like where I come from in Muranga County, if you see the people that are engaged in agriculture, there are people, I can say maybe 60 plus years, very few who are less than 50. In the youth are in the minority. And some of the innovation, like I give a good example, is like we have an innovation or a product that farmers can make by themselves by the name Bokashi. And this is an improved compost that farmers can make to improve on the health of the soil. But because of the labor intensity in that idea, you find that people are not ready to accept to turn it in the morning, to turn it in the afternoon, maybe for a period of 10 days. So after the training, you'll hear them asking, do you have a ready-made, maybe bokashi that I can just buy, like how I normally do with other conventional? So that's also a concern that as we try to push on the system to work on agroecology, also the aging population also coming. The other issue is about now the scaling on the bio-input. I understand like now we have an order from the government. Yeah, that's a good concern. And also for us who are doing large-scale input production, like a good example is like what we are doing in Mwea. We have a production unit in Kirinyaga County, and we are relying heavily on the waste from rice plantation. And we thought that we have enough waste from the rice, only to realize that that waste is needed by even other companies that are doing cement. So competition of the waste is also there. Another issue is like now working with the government to do like the waste management, like from the municipal council, where we have like big markets like Githurai. How can we join hands with a county like Kiambu, and then we see how can we convert all that waste from Githurai market into something that can be used within the agroecological system, so that we can even meet the order. Today, if we have an order from the government of 100,000 bags, nobody will be able to meet those orders. But if we join hands, as also recommended, I think we can share ideas and meet these demands. So thank you.
Thank you so much. So you can also respond just to the question, accessibility of quality inputs that meet the threshold that is required.
So thank you. About the, just 1 second about the substitution about Jack, what Jack was talking about. We are also not substituting. Actually, we complement whatever is there. So when you come through, the systems we're working with is about complementary. So just to clarify that. About, yes, last year, the government put out a tender for bio inputs. We realized that the framers of the tender framed it the way they would frame for a conventional product. And what we've done is we've engaged with them so that they can frame it in a way that it can accommodate bio inputs, so that when it comes again, we are ready to supply. So we're working with them so that we can supply. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's put our hands together for them. Right, so MC, with your permission, allow us to take a photo.
As is, you are actually the lead of that session. Someone else was trying to get my attention to get a question, but as you led, saying only 3 questions, because you still have a pitch session, it is your lead. Yes. And yes, we can take a photo as we give them a round of applause.
Sure.
Over to you.
And please feel free to reach out to them during lunch if you have any pressing question after this. So if you don't mind, we can take a photo as the innovators come in this order: avocado cycling, zero loop living lab, circular energy solution, and Agroeco AI.
Yes, if you've heard your name, please be on standby just at the flanks there of the main stage, to be on standby in the order that she has announced. Let's give them a hand for this session that they have been speaking to. Tafadhali tuwapige makofi. From innovation to scale, advancing One Health solutions for resilient agroecological food systems, practical experiences from private sector innovations. Asante sana to Dr. Beatrice Adoyo, and thank you to also the participants on the panel and Bwana Juma and the rest, Alice Kemunto, and a comment there from the other side. I apologize for not being able to accommodate one more from Daktari, but that is because Dr. Beatrice has another session that is coming up. If you heard your name, please just repeat it in the order that you'd want them to come up. You'll have 5 minutes each to give that pitch, and this is on innovation, and you will have the timer on the big screen and as well as the screen here. So Daktari will read the names again. Please be attentive. As a representative of the same, you'll come here and give your pitch for 5 minutes uninterrupted, and then we'll carry on to the others. Over to you, Daktari.
Thank you so much. So I think they need encouragement by clapping so that they come. Avocado upcycling, zero loop living lab, and congratulations for making it to the finalists.
Yes, so
Yes.
these are winners in essence in many ways.
Circular energy solutions, Agroeco AI, please clap for him as he comes up front, and ShambaBot, One Health Hub. ShambaBot, One Health Hub. The communications team, if you don't mind, kindly project the list so that as they present, it's going to be 5 minutes. After the 5 minutes, a bell will ring. So if you have identified one of the innovators, just write it down so that you don't forget the name. Please remember to mention the name of the innovation at the beginning and at the end of your pitching. You are given 5 minutes. and you will present unannounced. So once you are done with the first presenter, the second presenter should come up front immediately unannounced. As they present, kindly listen carefully to their presentation and evaluate their presentations based on, number 1, relevance to the symposium theme, number 2, innovation and novelty, number 3, potential impact to people, livelihoods, and the environment, number 4, scalability and sustainability, is it replicable, and finally, clarity and effectiveness of the presentation. Last but not least, allow me to include time, whether they met the time threshold of 5 minutes. Thank you so much. After this, we will have a QR code. You'll be required to just scan it and vote for the best innovator. And so I think the communications can start. We'll start with, once again, Avocado, Zero Loop, Circular Energy Solution, Agroeco AI, and Shamba Bolt. We have presentations, so please also post them.
Hi, guys.
Just
Hi.
before you start in with the clock, do you have your clicker there? Do you have your clicker there? It's going to be helpful in running with your presentation. Just forward arrow to move to the next. And your time, we can just start the clock again, please.
Kindly.
Yes. As he was just saying hi.
Hi,
Salamu.
guys.
Yes.
Hi. Welcome to my channel. It's not a channel, but today I want to discuss about avocado and from the waste to wealth. How we are able to help farmers who experience post-harvest losses, overripe avocados which go to waste, and how they can be able to use our technology to be able to make something out of it and make money. So just a quick survey. Last night, who had an avocado? Maybe today? Show of hands, yeah. Over lunchtime, who's planning to have an avocado? Thank you so much. So we have fans who are having avocados. But sad fact about it, 4 out of those 10 avocados do not meet the export quality. Next slide. Do not meet the export quality. They are left to be overripe. They are thrown in the environment, creating a lot of environmental pollution. Loss of income, because now the farmers are not able to really maximize on the sales of the avocados, and they also lead to food losses and low income for the farmers. Next slide. So what have we done? What we have done as Ava, we have been able to upcycle on the avocado, and we have been able to get products which come from the avocado. Avocado in point, once you give us an avocado, what we encourage you is you're going to get money. So from the husk, the outer part, we are able to make a botanical dye which can be used in the textile industry. From the flesh, the one which we eat, we enjoy, we are able to get the cosmetic oil which we have with us here, which can use for edible oil and also cosmetic. The seed, you don't get to throw it away. We also use the seed, it's very beneficial. It's able to give us a tea, avocado seed and leaf teas which have medicinal benefits for our bodies. Next slide. So our circular economy goes where we are able to upcycle. We don't stop. Every part of the avocado is normally another raw material to the next product. We are able to collect the avocado. We process them by cleaning them. We also sort them and dry them using green technologies. We have solar dryers. We value add to make the products which I've mentioned for you. We also sell them to the market, which people are able to get them. And with that, we find our farmers, we have improved livelihoods, and we've also reduced the waste in the environment. Next slide. So our One Health impact is able to work on the environment, human and animal health, and also on the economic well-being. From the avocado, after we've done our press, we're also left with a seed cake, which can be used as an animal feed, which we are having our pastoralists. They can be able to use as an alternative feed for their animals, ensuring that we have proper hygiene and also good products rich in compounds which enable us to have good well-being. Next slide. So from our demonstrated highlights, we have been able to work with more than 800 farmers. We have partnered with an avocado society, cooperative society, helping them process their waste. We have also been able to introduce upcycled products especially like these are powders from the seed and the leaves, which can be taken as teas, the oils. And we have also been able to strengthen the farmers in farmer trainings by ensuring that we are teaching them on post-harvest losses, food waste management, and on how they can be able to maximize on their crop and farming. Next slide, please. So when it comes to scalability and partnerships, we have been able to work with farm cooperatives. We are looking to working with more. We have Kathiani Modern Farmers Cooperative. We have value chain actors, namely Machakos avocado value chain actors. We have research like Kirdi. We are working with training and capacity building institutions, and also we have market partners like MSEA. We are looking to scale our project. It's now currently at the eastern part of Kenya, but we're looking to expand to central Kenya, Rift Valley, West Kenya, and also the coast region, which are also avocado producing areas. Next slide. And with that, I come to the end of my presentation. I want to welcome you to come join us at AVA, where we innovate, collaborate, and regenerate and empower the next communities by ensuring that we have a good, sustainable agriculture. And with that, I'd like for you to tap the screen and vote for us. When you get the link, we are so grateful under the Avocado Upcycling Initiative. Thank you so much.
As we just give time for the next person, as you clear your table, tafadhali, just to be fair for them in case they need to use that podium, just to give them space for that as you clear. And as soon as she starts, and they ended in good time.
What if?
Hold on, let me start your clock. Just take a breath. Just want to make sure you have your space to enjoy it and utilize it. Timer. You may begin.
What if one innovation could feed a family, educate a child, transform agricultural waste, and restore the environment? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mildred Day, the CEO and founder, Greencom Innovate, and also the co-founder, Zero Loop.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Don Basweti. I'm the founder of Pond Zero Global and the co-founder of Zero Loop.
We founded Zero Loop because we believe agriculture cannot be transformed by a single innovation, but an ecosystem of innovations.
Across Africa, we realized something, or across even Kenya, farmers face similar challenges: water scarcity, dependency on one source of income, and high cost of feeds. That's why we realized they are not separate problems, but actually all interconnected to one. How is Zero Loop going to solve all this? Zero Loop is a circular living model platform that brings together food production, technology, education, and the community in one space. We have 3 major packages that we'll be offering to the farmers. The first is the Pond Zero system. The Pond Zero system is a regenerative aquaculture system whereby we integrate azolla and duckweed as the biofilters. Now, what does that mean? It means farmers can keep fish and use azolla and duckweed to absorb ammonia or excess nutrients, helping one to keep fish the whole cycle without changing water. That means like Kipia can keep fish and other regions that don't have water. At the same time, they get throughout the year feeds. Azolla and duckweed are high protein feeds. And a sweet pot to the package, the black soldier fly farming. They get organic manure for their crop production and the BSF for their chickens. With that, every working system requires something, a good database. We have the Zero app. The Zero app connects farmers. Farmers are able to, by simply just taking simple images, they're able to send it into a database. And the existing AI is able to train them instantly. And at the same time, our investors, our partners, you don't need to wait 6 months for a report. You don't need to wait annually. You get it instantly. As long as a farmer has uploaded the data, it reaches to your end. We are creating this system for the farmers for a cost of 55,000 shillings. And in return, at the end of the 9 months, this farmer is able to earn up to 70,000 from the sale of the fishes, while also being able to get the high protein feeds, to get the feeds for his farm, the manure for his farm. In short, Zero Loop is trying to make the farmer independent. Grow your own crops, use your own fertilizer, create your own feeds. And remember, right now we have come up with a system whereby azolla and duckweed can be used for herbivores, whereby your cows can eat it by creating silages. All these we offer to the farmers. And our main goal is to scale a sustainable system where agroecology is practical.
We have tested our innovation at Menengai Community Landscape in Nakuru County. And now we want to scale to the whole of Kenya, Africa at large. So we are asking for partners to join us in creating the next chapter of agriculture, transforming one community and one school at a time. Vote Zero Loop.
Vote for Zero Loop.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just give us a second just to place your slide and reset the timer. If you have the clicker there and you're comfortable using it, you can, but you can also get assistance from the technical team. Give me a thumbs up if we're good. We're good.
Good afternoon. My name is Steve Randy from Dick Agrocare. I want to talk about circular energy solution. Stay tuned. Next slide. Now, in some years back, World Health Organization did a research and they found out that 7% of deaths that occur in Kenya are due to air pollution. And nevertheless, another research was also conducted by EcoHub that noticed that 12,000 hectares of forest is being cut down annually to produce energy. Now, at Dick Agrocare, we have noticed that we have a lot of wasted energy, that we can use them to produce energy instead of burning charcoal to produce energy. Now, how are we going to do this one? In Western region, there are a lot of sugarcane bagasse that is used to produce energy through our innovation. Now, how are we going to do this? Number one, we collect these wastes, biodegradable wastes from market setups, and the sugarcane bagasse from the sugarcane factories. Then we have invented a machine that we are using to crush and process these wastes to the energy that we want. Then we have also formed centralized hubs where we are delivering these final products to our consumers. And lastly, we have also tested that after this energy is used, the ash that we get from it, it is rich in potassium, calcium, and phosphorus that is very useful in our soil. That is organic fertilizer that we are talking about. Now, from manual to machine, yeah. Now, initially, before we invented and came up with this machine, we used to do it manually by our hands. And we noticed that there was a lot of inconsistencies and a low quality, and that is the reason as to why we came up with the machinery that is speeding up our production and being reliable to our consumers and the end users of our products. Now, what is our impact? When we are talking about the people, we want to curb the percentage rate of respiratory diseases that are causing deaths in Kenya, and we'll be promoting that one by our energy is going to give us a clean environment, less contaminated environment. We are going to reduce the rate of deforestation by using waste products to give us energy. Our soils are going to be rich in calcium, potassium, and phosphorus as our organic fertilizer. Then from our decentralized hubs, we are going to create green jobs and enterprise for the youth, especially the marginalized communities. Those are persons with disability being our main focus. Now, our scalability. Currently, we are working in Kisumu, around Kiboswa, Holo, and Kisian markets. Those are where we have already developed our decentralized hubs for distribution. And we are hoping and aiming to scale it up to Siaya this year, and in Kenya and in the near future. Currently, we've partnered with MasterCard Foundation through a youth empowerment project, and we are hoping that if we can get like-minded partners to help us achieve our dream and our target, we'll be much grateful. Now from the pictorials, you can see the first picture we used to do it manually. Then from the next picture, that is the invented machine. Then after the product is out, we dry them. Then the last picture, we have also partnered with youth organizations that are doing poultry production, and we sell them our end product for them to do their brooding, and we also do it for commercial purposes. Thank you so much. That was Circular Energy Solutions. Stay tuned. Be blessed.
Asante sana, Steve. As we give way to the next picture, innovator, just to reset the clock and also get your presentation lined up. We'll be good to go as soon as that is ready. If you're comfortable using the clicker, you can. However, the technical team is on standby to support you. You can give me a thumbs up as a sign, and we begin. Your slides are up, the time is ready. Floor is yours.
Good afternoon. My name is Maxwell Jabali, an agriculture student at University of Nairobi. And today I'm presenting Agroeco AI, an intelligent One Health pest diagnosis and agroecology advisory platform designed to help smallholder farmers make faster, safer, and more sustainable pest management decisions. Agriculture is the backbone of Kenya's economy, yet thousands of smallholder farmers lose significant amount of their crops every year because pests and diseases are identified too late. Many farmers rely on guesswork and unverified advice, resulting in excessive pesticide use. This increases production costs, contaminates soils and water, harms pollinators, and poses healthy risk to farmers and consumers. At the same time, many rural farmers struggle to access qualified agronomists and eco-friendly crop protection products. This is not just an agricultural challenge. It is a One Health challenge affecting people, animal, and the environment. My innovation is Agroeco AI. How it works, as you can see it. So imagine a farmer notices an unusual spot on a maize leaf. Instead of waiting days for an extension officer, the farmer simply opens the Agroeco AI mobile application and takes a photograph. Using artificial intelligence, the image recognition, the platform identifies the pests and disease within seconds. It then recommends sustainable agroecological practices such as crop rotation, biological control, intercropping, habitat management, resistant crop varieties, and botanical pesticide before recommending any chemical interventions. If expert assistance is required, the applications connect the farmer to the nearest registered agronomist through call, messaging, or farm visit. It also directs the farmer to the nearby agrovet stocking certified eco-friendly pest management products, showing the prices, availability, and direction. Finally, every confirmed diagnosis is anonymously geotagged, creating a real-time pest surveillance map that helps researchers, county governments, and extension officers detect outbreak early and coordinate rapid development. Agroecology is currently at innovation stage. Its expected impact is sustainable. At the farmer's level, it enables early pest detection, reduces crop losses, lowers unnecessary pesticide use, decreases production costs, improves access to expert advice. At the national level, it strengthens Kenya's pest surveillance system through real-time mapping, supports research and evidence-based planning, promotes agroecological farming, reduces environmental pollution, and contributes to healthier food system. This innovation supports the One Health approach because protecting crops also protects human health, animal health, biodiversity, soils, and water resources. Agroeco is designed to be scalable. The platform can first be piloted in selected counties before expanding across Kenya. We envision partnership with the University of Nairobi, Karo County Government's Agricultural Extension Services, agronomists, agrovets network, and technology companies. As more farmers use the platform, the AI becomes smarter, creating an increasingly valuable national database of pest surveillance and sustainable agricultural planning. In conclusion, Agroeco AI is more than a pest diagnostic tool. It is a platform that empowers farmers with knowledge, promotes agroecological practices, and strengthens Kenya's food system through innovation. I invite you to join in the transformation of agriculture through technology, protecting our environment, and advancing the One Health approach. Thank you, and vote for Agroeco AI.
Thank you, Maxwell. As you give way and as we reset the clock and align your presentation for the next, that is Bala Morgan. You'll give me a thumbs up from the technical desk, and if you need assistance with running the slides, if you do have, you will get it. If you want to run it yourself independently with the clicker, it is right there, I believe, and the clock is ready, and I believe the slides are ready too. Bala, over to you.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Yes, I'm Bala Morgan, the founder of Shambabot One Health Hub. The Shambabot Health Hub, we believe that healthy soil, healthy crop, healthy livestock, healthy environment are inseparable. Means that it comprises everything. So the reason why we came up with this app, we realized that most of the applications that we currently have has separate features as compared to what our Shambabot One Health Hub has. So the main reason why we came with this, we realized that for example, there's a smallholder farmer in Kakamega whose farm had a challenge. He woke up in the morning and he found that the dairy cattle that he has, she's not feeding well. The crops that he planted had a challenge. So what he did, he realized that, and also the extension officers are not around. So from that experience, we realized that there are some challenges that our farmers face, smallholders farm, based on the CASNEB statistics. And that's why we came up with the Shambabot. These things dealing with the climate change. As you can see on the table, the Shambabot as a component of the crops, livestock, and the environment. So that's how our system works. You can check on the soil health, you can check on the livestock journey from breeding to planting. So that's how our system works. The system can test for pests, it gives us the geotag, and also on the environment aspect that we have today, the Shambabot has a feature in which you can collect the waste from the circular energy, the one they have mentioned. You can collect the waste from avocado seedlings. You can do a lot, and also from the Shambabot, if you can see on the screen, we have the marketplace. A farmer can buy an item. So that's how our innovation works. On scaling up, we have been working with quite a number of groups. Currently, we are in touch with the specialists because the Shambabot brings the veterans, bring the agronomists on board, and also the farmer as the center of our presentation. If you can see on the analysis, you can see if you buy an item, it gives you the real update on whatever you have purchased. If in case you want avocado, you are in, because currently we are still in Kisumu, we are based in Kisumu. If you request for an item or a veterinary service, it will bring a notification for the vet to visit you on the farm. And again, we have quite a number of partners that we are working with currently. We are working with Calro. We are working with the Office of Women Rep of Kisumu to scale up. And also we are working with the youth groups. So these youth groups help us to sanitize and also to provide more information. Why do we choose Shambabot? Shambabot brings the integration of all the applications that we have at the disposal. One, it brings the aspect of crops, is on the same system. You don't download bulky item from your phone. Then also it is efficient. is very sufficient. Then if you check on there, what contribution does it have, Shamba Board? On our Shamba Board, you can get training on IPM, you can get the training on biodiversity as main our forum, and we believe in Shamba Board that an healthy crop, healthy soil, healthy environment provides us with sustainable agriculture that we currently need. And we know that as we go by, remember to vote for Shamba Board One Health Hub, because it's the way to go, it's sufficient, and it provides you with an easy time and real time. So we call out our partners, you collaborate with us to scale it up to national level, because we still operate in Kisumu, but the reason why it's also easy to use Shamba Board, we use SSD, you use app application. So vote for Shamba Board One Health Hub. Asanteni.
Asante sana. And as I call on Dr. Beatrice Adoyo back on stage just to give us some direction on what next in terms of your participation. You've been listening to them 5 minutes each, and they have been on time and have been very clear. I'd really like us, just in honor of what they have gone through in terms of having to pitch themselves to you who would be the user, and it is not an easy task. And so please, I'm asking us all, because they're all winners in that respect. Well done to that. Let's all stand and give them a standing ovation for these innovative proposals that they have. Let me disturb you, please, and let's just give them a standing ovation in an appreciation of it. They are all winners. Tafadhali, tusimame sote, tuwapigie makofi, tukiwashukuru for the effort that they've put in. It's taken a lot of their time, their confidence, their expertise, and all of you are winners, and we appreciate you. You may have your seats, and now Dr. Beatrice will tell us how you can participate in appreciating them using the QR code that is up on the screen.
Well done. You deserve the standing ovation. Thank you so much for the beautiful presentations. Now, initially there were 25 innovations. If you look at the program, we have done a little justice by including a QR code with the details and contact of all the 25 innovations. Please take time to have a look. If you need to contact any of them for partnership, please do so. I think that is what they need to encourage them on. Right now, I think we already have the QR code on the screen. Just take your phone and just do them some justice. Take your phone and scan the code and vote for your best innovator. We'll take 2 minutes for that. So in the questions, you'll have avocado upcycling, zero loop living lab platform, circular energy solution, Agroeco AI, and Shamba Bolt Health Hub. You are only allowed to vote once, and the code will be removed in the next 3 minutes. As they do that, our innovators, we can stand over here and take a photo. We don't want the results to be released when you are still here. Thank you so much.
There's a timer there, Dr. Beatrice, that is just to tell us when that will end, because they are participating in it. And congratulations to you all. Well done. And the timer is now at 1:45, 44, 43. If you'll just follow my lead and trust me that I am not stealing from your time of voting, because it has to be limited, just like the practice we are all going to be part of in about a year's time. So 1:27, 1:25, 1:24. Yeah, let's all vote. It is your civic right. And as we all know, perhaps some may not be able to, but we're encouraging you. We've given you that time so that you can vote. Please, let's vote. It is your right as well. You don't have to, but we urge you to, in the spirit of encouraging those who have been on stage. And 1 minute to go, 60 seconds. And as that 60 seconds continues, please vote. After the 60 seconds, we will take down that particular QR code and we will continue with the next session, which will now include, if you think the 5 minutes that was spent here is a walkover, I'll come to you, and for my technical team there, if you have a mic, please be on standby with one. We will randomly choose from each section and give you 60 seconds to pitch what you are about. If you're an exhibitor or what you are about, you have a room full of people that you can collaborate with and work together. 60 seconds. You'll have a timer, and we will be bringing it to you. Give it your best. At 60 seconds, the mic is taken, and now we have 12 seconds to go for this particular voting exercise. So please utilize it. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Voting has closed. And now we will see the results and know the results at the concluding part of this symposium, which is as we make the declarations and see who the top 3 are from the top 5 that have been selected down from 25. And you have all the information using the QR code that we had on the big screen. So let's give a hand to Dr. Beatrice, unless you have something else to add. Asante sana. Tumshukuru tafadhali. And all the innovators who've been on stage. Tuko na mic, tuko tayari. All right. So, tafadhali tembea kidogo. Labda watu hawaja warm up to it, but you know how it goes. I think you've been through this. You can just give a mic to someone, give them 1 minute. So hold on, let's just take it back to 60 seconds. From what I can see here, is there a way of patching the timer here so that they can see it as they make their pitch? Is there a way of putting the timer there on the screens? Is this an interesting way? Because we're actually getting into lunch, but if we give people, if you have probably 5 people, it's going to be a random pick. So we're not really necessarily asking you to raise your hand and be given the opportunity. We'll bring you the mic. If you're not, we'll move it to the next. So be ready. I've already given you some good time to prepare. So we have 60 seconds each. If you would want to pitch who you are, what you're about, and we would give you that. It's going to be 60 seconds. You can see yourself. That might be a bit distracting, but everyone else will see you from wherever you are, so we can probably keep the visual of the person pitching on the screen or the timer, just to guide them. However, I will be counting down at 50 seconds, 40 seconds, 30 seconds, 20 seconds, and 10 seconds, and then give you the time call so that we can move on to the next. Haya basi, naona tupeane tu mic, peana hapo mic. Ako tayari, simama, your time starts now.
Good afternoon, I'm Brother Paul Masiko. Baraka Ukacha College, we train students, long course and short course. We also train practical education. Thank you.
Oh, okay. He's taking 10 seconds. Good, well done. Hapo, peana mic. Kama hataki pea mwingine. Songa nayo. I'm sure kuna watu wanataka kuzungumza. It's all about, you see how it is easy. Yes, your time starts now.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Paul Omolo. I work for an organization called Farmers Alliance for Restoration East Africa. We train farmers on issues permaculture. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Under 10 seconds as well. Please, let's be very keen with it. Kuna ule mtu ameji propose kule nyuma. 1 minute, please. Let's be keen with the timer, and your time starts now.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Ferdinand Ofula from Biogardening Innovations. We're partnering with Maseno University and farmer research committees from Kakamega, Vihiga, and Makueni. You're welcome for our side event, Mara room, to share more insights about farmer-led research. Thank you.
Haya basi, kuna mwingine hapa. Let's reset it. Ngoja kidogo. Kuna mtu hapa na kuna mwingine hapa mbele. Tumchangamkie. It's not as random as we thought initially, but let's give him a chance. The room is warming up.
Thank you. My name is Osaya Kandagor. I come from Isiolo, one of the arid and semi-arid regions in Kenya. My idea is we are working on invasive species, Prosopis chiliflora. It's taking up our landscape at a very fast rate. And our idea is to promote production of biochar. We've seen a lot of inputs here need biochar, and this biochar can produce fodder and all other soil amendments.
Thank you so much.
Asante sana, you've taken your time well. Kuna mmoja hapa mbele, sijui kama umemfikia, hujamfikia, atamfikia dada
My
yetu.
name is-
Alafu kuna nyingine kule. Kaa kuna mtu akona any other technical team member, there's plenty of mics up front here. I need to be up front to be able to navigate things from here. If we can get another hand here, please. We have 2 mics.
My
we can hand
name
it
is
over to
Esther
them.
Kagai. I work for Seaship Kenya. We were in Kajiado and Kiambu County. We promote agroecology and organic farmers market. You are so much welcome to be with us and train about PGS. Thank you.
Asante. Simama tafadhali ndo tuweze kukuona. Go.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Judy Kipkenda. I work with indigenous Ogiek women and youth in Baringo County, a place called Koibatek. We deal in seed saving, agroecology value chains, and beekeeping value chains. Thank you so much, and Karim.
You guys are good with the timing. Where's the mic? Let's go. Wherever you are.
Hello, how are you?
Go ahead.
My name is Gideon Musyoki. I come from Wing Farm. And at Wing Farm, we deal with youths. Today, I've had so many people complaining about land access. I know the government has a lot of land. And in most cases, they give people land to go and farm and plant trees. So we are requesting if the youth can be given priority in this sharing of this land. I know they can do agroecology because they encourage people to plant their crops alongside the trees. Also, we are having a summit that you're organizing at Swing Farm and other partners. So we're also requesting you to collaborate with us. So if you're a partner, you're capable to collaborate with youth and enable youth, please feel free to reach us. And also, yes, and also, I'm many confused. Okay, that's our.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Diana Mora. I work for Consumer Grassroots Association, a member of ISFA Youth Caucus. All the youths in the room, if you are not a member, kindly come to the Youth Forum. We are in B10. We'll register you in the Youth Caucus.
I'm Margaret Kariuki, Ward Agriculture Officer, Nakuru County, Rongai. I'm a change agent, and I'm requesting that everybody involved in the agroecology movement to work as a complementer, not a competitor. As the change agent, we cannot ignore the ward extension officers in the ground because we are there to implement. And extension being demand-driven, kindly let's reach out to the extension officers that we have in our wards, and indeed agroecology will become a reality.
It's hotcake, so if you have the mic, take it and start.
Yes, my name is Janet Mumo. I am pitching for our Green School initiative, whereby everybody can be a donor. It's a project that it's self-sponsored, so you can be a sponsor. Just go to a stand, buy a T-shirt or a hat. You are our sponsor.
The mic is hot. Wherever you have it, go on.
My name is Eunice Motuku. I work for Biovision Africa Trust. We are key in translating the research that you are doing and package it to our farmers through an integrated farmer communication program. We support policy. We are pushing for policy change. We host the AAU Agroecology Secretariat. We are also, we have several platforms that farmers are using to access knowledge in agroecology.
30.
We are pushing for curriculum change in the universities, and that means we are training youngsters in the universities on agroecology to make sure that they don't hear the
20.
word agroecology when they go for interviews. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Juni Wangari. I'm the chairperson of Organic Fertilizer and Input Manufacturers Association of Kenya. The acronym is OFIMAC. We manufacture organic fertilizers, biostimulants, biofertilizers, and so we are asking anyone here who is making organic farm inputs and they want to commercialize their products to join us, and you can find us online on www.ofimac.co.ke.
Good afternoon. My name is Damaris. I'm a teacher by profession. I don't have an organization, but it is an encouragement, the way the panelists talked about. We are having a 4K club, and we are training these little ones at early as the grade 3, and they're actually doing it. We've come to realization, the way people are saying that agriculture was a mode of punishment, but what we are doing, for us now we're seeing it is it's an opposite, the way around. When a child do a mistake, you tell him, you'll not go to the shamba, the child start crying. So in 20 years to come from now, what we are doing with these little ones, agriculture is going ecology is going to be a reality to these little ones. So I encourage all those who are teachers working with the CBC, let embrace agroecology.
Good afternoon. My name is Kenneth Kagai. I'm from Trans Nzoia County. I work for the Department of Agriculture. In Trans Nzoia County, we are finalizing the agroecology policy with the support from Manor House and Pelham, Kenya. We are about to launch it in a month's time, so we are welcoming all of you. In Trans Nzoia County, we have an initiative through secondary schools. We are mainstreaming the consumption of African indigenous vegetables. African indigenous vegetables, so we are welcoming partners because this one has become very interesting. In the school meals.
20, we take the mic.
African indigenous vegetables, we are pitching them. So we are actually excited and consumption is increasing. Thank you.
My name is Martin Agisa. I'm from Seaford, Kenya. I'm an agroecology advocacy champion and a believer of agroecology, capacity built under Seaford Kenya, under Pelham, Kenya. Seaford Kenya is a community-based organization. We work in Meru County, Isiolo County, and the Tharaka Nithi County. Our thematic areas are sustainable agriculture and livelihoods, climate change and health, and also gender and advocacy. As Seaford Kenya, we say that we involve everyone because we have programs that promote women empowerment, girls empowerment, men empowerment, and boys empowerment.
30.
I also want to say that we need to give the youth opportunities to participate in agroecology. I know it's very hard for them, but there are spaces for technology and use of digital tools, like you have seen some doing it here, such as AI, so that we can be able to promote agroecological practices. Thank you.
10. All right. Emily?
Other means of going on with our activities because they have really mentored us as persons with disabilities. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily. And that's all the time we have for that. We have to break it in terms of break for lunch and be back for the afternoon sessions. Next time you're here, it's your random opportunity to pitch. Please take it up. As you can see, people were slow at the beginning. Some were taking 5 seconds, 10 seconds, brother, asante sana, but you took your opportunity. The whole point is, you're in a room full of people you can collaborate with. There's opportunity here, take it. And this pitching can still continue over lunch hour, which is what we're going for. And we should be back here at 2:50 to continue with the afternoon sessions. Actually, we will be back to the breakout session. So please refer to your agenda. And we also have the online audience who have been following us on Facebook Live, YouTube, as well as Zoom, and we appreciate you. Charles Magut, environmentalist, you talked about the challenge of blight control in Irish potatoes as Dr. Hilda was making a presentation, so we appreciate that. Muisup Investment, you say this is eye-opening and very educative session. We appreciate you for that as well. And Malia Stella says, congratulations, champions. Agroecology is healthy, natural, like Garden of Eden, no chemicals. Let's bring our youth on board for future generations. That was on YouTube. And this conversation continues in terms of the live following that you can also do as we continue with the breakout sessions. That QR code is for you to access photos. You can access all the photos that have been taken professionally by our team here, led by Peter. Please scan that QR code. You'll be able to get a link, and you can locate your photo that has been professionally taken that you can download and use. And please make sure that you tag Pelham Kenya on all the platforms as you talk about the sessions that you've been part of. So it includes as well the side events, which will be including in the afternoon side events. One will be here, one will be, actually 4 will be on that side of the room, and that is B9 has been included where Zoya was on that block right across from us here from the auditorium. B9 will be talking about mainstreaming entrepreneurship in agroecology, sponsored by ISFA and MOLD, or rather the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development. And we will have Mara, which is on the first floor, will be on strengthening farmer-led research and knowledge, co-creation for healthy soils and climate resilience. This is by Biology, hosted by Biology. And we'll have GIZ sponsoring or hosting a conversation here in the main hall, designing for effective coordination, configuring county systems through CASCOMs for agroecology and integrated agri-food systems outcomes. And Zoya, on that block, we will have unlocking circular economy opportunities for agri-food SMEs in Kenya, policy insights and action pathways. This is hosted by BioVision Africa Trust. And B10, which is right behind us here from the auditorium, youth shaping transformation of agri-food systems through agroecology, hosted by Wing Farm Organization, that is ISFA, Youth Caucus, the Alliance of Biodiversity, and SIAT. And Theatre LT001, that is on the first floor of that block, will be having community-led innovation and learning and promoting regenerative, inclusive food systems in Nakuru. Nakuru Living Lab, James and team will be leading that conversation as well under the umbrella of Egerton University. So please join them there. Refer to your agenda and the program. Head on to lunch. Make sure you get a voucher so you can access lunch and enjoy it. Let's all meet back for the afternoon sessions, which will start at 2:50 p.m. The breakout sessions, then later we will all come back here for the closing ceremony and the declaration that we will together move forward with. And those who have come up top as the 3 top innovators to be awarded and appreciated. Asanteni sana. Enjoy lunch. It is served and ready for you to enjoy. Get your voucher as you enjoy lunch. Thank you so much for the pictures as well, for the 60 seconds and bearing with us as we had to close it quickly just to give time for lunch. Enjoy your break. Get into the exhibition area as well.
Everything you put your hand go walk. Your name go open doors. You self go be a boss. Amen. Amen. Everything you put your hand go walk. Your name go open doors. You self go be a boss. Amen. Amen. Every hustler getting paid. Where the hustle go come to pay. Your own in no go take. Amen. If you don't find work, do your own. God self go do his own. And flesh go cover bone. Amen. Amen. If you believe it, say amen. If you believe it, say amen. If you believe it, say amen. 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 Everything you put your hand go on. You will open doors. You self go be a boss. Amen. Amen. Everything you put your hand go on. Your name go open doors. You self go be a boss. Amen. Amen. Sister, where one marry seeds until where they find begin. One day you go born twins. Amen. Amen. You're not where don't losing job. Landlord come they do like God. One day you go be landlord. Amen. Amen. Good news go locate you. Watch and see it not go take. If you believe it, say amen. No. Amen. Amen. Everything you put your hand go up. Your name go open doors. You self go be a boss. Amen. Amen. Everything you put your hand go up. Your name go open doors. You self go be a boss. Amen. Amen.
I'm on